the portfolio secretary, and it seems that my watch is 2 minutes behind schedule. Apologies for that, Minister. Welcome everybody in this very important meeting of today. I would appeal to the portfolio secretary to flight the agenda to us in order to proceed with our proceedings. Honorable members, we do have the agenda in front of us. We are going to deal with the department and overview, also the SASCOC, as well as Hockey South Africa. Welcome, Hockey South Africa, for your first time in front of us for this 7th Parliament. As the agenda is flighted, I would like to ask any member to propose and a seconder that we can proceed with our proceedings today. Any member? Please feel free just to speak, as I am not able to see. Oh, I see hands. Honorable Potgieter, followed by Honorable Khabo.
Thanks, Chair. I'll propose the adoption of the agenda.
Thank you, much appreciated. Honorable Khabo.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning to your good self and all members on the platform, including officials. I stand to second the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you for that, honorable members. Is there any apologies from the portfolio secretary?
Good morning, Mr. Chairperson. No, Chairperson, we did not receive any apology on our side. Thank you.
Any apology from a member, colleagues, or? Okay. If there is no apology, honorable members, may I again welcome each and everyone present in this meeting here today. It is indeed a privilege to convene as...
Excuse me, Chair. I see Dr. Kumalo's hand is up.
Oh, Dr. Kumalo, my apologies. Please proceed.
My apologies as well, Chairperson. I was listening at the apologies and I did submit an apology unless my office didn't forward it. Chairperson, I have a family bereavement and I had indicated that I request to stay for just 1 hour in this meeting so that I can attend to that.
Noted, Dr. Kumalo, on behalf of the committee, we would like to send our condolences, and so noted. Honorable members, we continue today to share responsibility and also to advance sports, arts and culture in South Africa. The sector are not merely recreational or aesthetic. We are saying that this is the heartbeat of our nation and our identity. The spaces where we get together, it is our pride and it's our opportunity to do so today in terms of our oversight. Our agenda today also reflects both the diversity and the depth of both the committee as well as the sports, arts and culture work out there. We are going to listen to presentations from various sectors, and we will then follow by that presentations. We will interrogate, we will ask questions, and we will do what is best for this country. Colleagues, deliberations are the soul of this committee, and they demand clarity, they demand fairness, they demand also courage. So let us approach this meeting with open minds, with the federation that is in front of us, and also give preference to no one else than the athletes. I wish to thank each and everyone for your dedication and the spirit that you are engaging in these kind of meetings. Together we can ensure that sports, arts and culture remain a powerful instrument of transformation, breaching the divides, nurturing talent, and celebrating the richness of our heritage. With that said, I would like to welcome each and everyone in today's meeting, and may this meeting be a fruitful one. I'm now going to, before I'm going to call on the department, I'm going to ask the minister to have a 2-minute opening remarks.
Thank you so much, Chair. I would just defer my 2-minute remark to after hearing what has been said. I'm trying to fix my camera here. No, it's wrong. Thank you so much, Chair, and good morning,
Thank you,
honorable
Minister.
members. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. We are going immediately to give an opportunity to the department to give an overview on the Hockey South Africa.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I had shown my face already, so I hope you will allow me to just at this point request the DDG in charge of sport to lead this presentation. DDG Campbell, over to you, please, through you, Chair.
Please proceed, Mr. Campbell.
Thank you, DG. Good morning, Minister, Chairperson, honorable members, CEO of SASCOC and hockey. My name is Vincent Campbell. I'm the DG responsible for sport and recreation, as been indicated by the DG. I'm going to be as short as possible, Chair, given the fact that I've got only 10 minutes to present this particular presentation, and our colleagues of hockey will then also augment and supplement whatever I'm going to present now. Chair, just to focus on what was given to us as a brief, was for us to reflect on the 2024-25 financial statements and annual report from SA Hockey. What I will do, Chair, briefly is to just reflect on the cooperation that we've extended and the support that we've extended to hockey over this particular period, and maybe also just reflect as to what we've done now and what we are going to do going forward with hockey. And then obviously we'll have also reflect on the implementation of the SLAs that we have with hockey, and then we'll also give an opportunity to SASCOC to present their particular presentation. Next slide. So, Chair, SAHA had an AGM on the 30th of November 25 at the Garden Court over Tambo, where they then adopted the annual report and audited financial statements, and also the business plan. So I'll quickly just reflect on what was contained in that report, Chair, and what was done over that particular period. I'll quickly start off, Chair. One of the critical programs for hockey is what they call the Modified Hockey Program, Chair. This is essentially a mass participation program where hockey then expose our youth to hockey in a manner that is enjoyable, that is recreation, in terms of its setup and makeup, to ensure that they inculcate a culture of participation in this particular code of sport, but also then to ensure that when they are exposed to this particular code, that they then formalize their participation in this particular sport. So it's a modified type of hockey where they use softer balls, etc., etc. Next slide. Chair, the KC March program is where they expose our developmental cricketers to what we call quality hockey, in relation to them then being exposed to role models, to be able to see what they can achieve through hockey in terms of their lives, improving their lives, and also changing their lives. Safeguarding, Chair, we've got a safeguarding policy in place as a department, and we've now compelled all federations, Chair, to include the safeguarding aspect in their submissions and in their business plans. And this is essentially, Chair, to facilitate an environment where players and staff can participate in the game without fear of harassment or abuse. And you'll see, Chair, under each of these programs, there's an amount allocated in terms of what was spent for those particular programs. Next slide. So, Chair, of course, you cannot have mass participation without support in terms of equipment and attire. So we do that as a matter of course, but also to avail facilities to our grassroots hockey players. Capacity building, Chair, what SAHA are doing is also to capacitate their coaches, the umpires and administrators through structured programs of empowerment, which is also then certificated. Thank you, Chair. Next slide. Club support, Chair, we also support through our modified hub system, Chair. We support the clubs at that particular level, and I'll reflect a little bit about that going forward. And then obviously high performance and elite participation, an amount of R1 million was allocated to hockey for the Paris Olympic qualifiers. Next slide. Chair, just quickly in terms of financial support, In 2024-25, an allocation of 3 million was provided to support hockey as part of the grant from National Department of DSEC, and a portion of that was also for administration. The allocation for 2025-26, Chair, was 4.413 million. Now, I must just say, Chair, hockey is one of the biggest beneficiaries in terms of our grant, and this is as a result of the way they conduct their business. You know, the fact that they transform the sporting landscape in the country, and their diligence around reporting and good governance within the federation. So, as part of the discussions that we had with the ministry, they actually had an increase because of this particular aspect. You can see, Chair, they've been rewarded quite handsomely to the amount of 4.413 million, which I think is one of the highest allocations to any federation within the country. Next slide. Chair, and over and above that particular allocation, we also support them through our school sport program, Chair. So in addition to what we give them in terms of what they submit to us as part of their business plans, we also through our school sport program provide additional equipment and attire. We also train educators and volunteers, Chair, and we also support schools hockey at district and provincial and national level. Next slide. Just quickly an indication as to where we've distributed the equipment and attire in 2025-26, Chair. You can see Limpopo, KwaZulu-Natal, and the Eastern Cape. Next slide. And then, Chair, this is just a reflection on where the modified hockey club system is actually in play, where it's functional. As you can see, Chair, and this is what I spoke about when I said they've really gone into all the areas of our country to promote hockey as a code of sport and to, inculcate a love for the sport. So you can see there, Chair, stemming from the Eastern Cape, the districts are there, Chair. It includes Nelson Mandela Bay, Buffalo City, etc. Free State, obviously Mangaung, Fezile Dabi, etc. You can even see at the bottom there, Free State Harib, which is quite a rural area, Chair. And you can see there's quite a good spread of the hub system across the country, which includes rural areas as well as suburban areas and our major cities. Gauteng, again, the same, Chair. You can see there are those particular areas there. KwaZulu-Natal, all the major areas are covered there, Chair. Limpopo, Mpumalanga, Northwest and Northern Cape, and I think the last one is the Western Cape. So Chair, you can just reflect on that picture quickly. Just one back quickly, Ludwig. You can see, Chair, when we speak about the modified hockey, you can see a picture of what that entails, Chair. You can see the boards that they're using, the hockey sticks that they are using are also modified to ensure that they are usable for our youth and our children, etc., etc. We can move. This is just again, Chair, just a reflection on people trained in Limpopo and Mpumalanga. We can move. Again, Chair, the district programs, Chair, we had hockey festivals in Makado, in Reba, on those 2 dates, Chair, and also in Reba in the Eastern Cape. Chair, in 2026, we are projecting that we'll have about 270 boys and girls participating in our national schools championships from this particular code. Next slide. And then obviously, Chair, like I've indicated earlier on, what you do as part of your MES, if you look at your developmental continuum, Chair, the base of that continuum is our MES participation. And the second level of that is club formation and club establishment. So what we want to see is that ultimately our MES programs culminate in the establishment of clubs. And so we also support at that particular level, especially community grass hockey clubs, Chair. So we support them with administrative support as well as other support in terms of attire, etc., etc. We also help with the training of officials, administrators, and to ensure that there are good governance systems in place for this particular area, Chair. Next slide. So just in terms of a quick statistical overview around our club development, Chair, I'm just going to focus on the bottom part of the slide, Chair, focusing on the 3 areas that have contributed, which is the Eastern Cape, Gauteng, as well as Limpopo. Chair, you can see there we supported 2 clubs and 2 federations. The amounts are mentioned there. Gauteng, we supported 4 clubs, and we've also supported 2 federations with the amounts indicated at the bottom. In Limpopo, Chair, we've done quite a lot of training, education and training, and I think the numbers are reflected there, Chair, in terms of the coaches that we've trained and administrators that we've trained, and the amounts that we spent on this particular program, Chair, are then reflected in this particular slide. Next slide. So just quickly a summary, Chair. I think I've made my 10 minutes. Chair, I can just say the SAHA is a compliant federation in terms of the requirements of the department, both financial and non-financial, for non-financial and financial support. The federation also, the submission for the granting aid documents are received timeously, Chair, and also the reporting in terms of how they spend the money, as well as their annual financial statements and their closeout reports are also received timeously. And this is one of the federations, Chair, that we really hold in high esteem because of the compliance rates that we have with them as a department. Thank you, Chair. Let me end there. I know the colleagues from hockey will also elaborate on what I've just indicated. This is just a high-level summary from our side, Chair, in terms of the brief that we've received as TSEC. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Campbell, for that crisp report. Honorable members, not that we are afraid of the police or James Bond or 007. There's a gadget named 007 for record purposes. Would you kindly just rename your gadget? So in order for us, whether we know it's a spark agent or it is a real person in our meeting. SASCOC, over to you.
Good morning, Chairperson. Barry Hendricks, President of SASCOC. Let me greet the honourable members of the Portfolio Committee, the Minister, as well as the Deputy Minister, as well as the department officials who are present. We have Ms. Patience Kumbana with us. Our CEO is currently in Lesotho with the Association of National Olympic Committees marketing workshop. So she will be in and out, and then at 10 o'clock, we also have a meeting with the Commonwealth Games in preparation for that event in July. From our perspective, I can only mirror what DDG Campbell has just said. SA Hockey remains one of our steadfast federations. They are fully compliant according to SASCOC's membership criteria, both in attending our meetings, both in competition, and both in their governance as well as financial requirements. Last year was a good year for them. Africa champions, men and women.
Mr. Hendricks, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I see a hand of Honorable Molatani. Honorable Molatani.
Good morning, Chairperson, and thank you very much. Good morning, Minister, DM, everyone on the platform, honorable members. Chairperson, I think the last time we said that it can't be right that every time when SASCOC came, they just do a mouth presentation. We request SASCOC at least to respect us by giving us a presentation for all the sporting codes that are going to appear on the portfolio. We've been requesting that for a very long time, Chairperson, that can SASCOC, even if it can be 1.5 page presentation, it's fine, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Molatani, the President of SASCOC.
Ms. Kumbana, can you please reply to that, please? We have prepared a presentation. Ms. Kumbana?
Good morning, President. Good morning to the Chair. Yes, we have prepared it, but I think what the Honourable Chair is saying, we have not submitted the presentation. And let me just apologize on that we have not submitted to the department to send to the Portfolio Committee. Yes, they did indicate that, and I'm just apologizing sincerely that we did not, but we do have 2 or 3 slides that we can present. Thank you.
Honorable members, I don't want us to get into a debate now over a presentation that is not here, unless we are officially going to write to SASCOC to do and comply during every meeting that they are present. Even if SASCOC is not present, we are also aware that SASCOC is traveling a lot, that someone must be present and that the presentation to be sent. I see your hand is still there, Honorable Molachani.
Yes, Chairperson, my hand is still here. We are not going to
Please
accept
proceed.
we are not going to accept that apology from Ms. Kwambat. We've been raising this matter of reports. It's been some time now, and it looks like they know what was the reason for them not submitting the report. We've been raising that for some time now. For them to come here and apologize, Chairperson, I am not accepting that apology, Chair.
Thank you. For the sake of the role that SASCOC is playing, Mr. Hendricks, I'm going to allow you in this meeting to give that verbal presentation and then submit the overview or presentation after this meeting, and then also make a formal request on behalf of the committee that such information be sent every meeting.
Totally agreed and understood, Chairperson. I'm also disappointed that this was not. I'm reading from the presentation, in fact, so I'm quite a bit disappointed that it didn't reach the portfolio committee. So if I can continue by simply saying they are the Africa champions, the indoor
sorry.
and outdoor. Yeah.
Sorry, Chairperson.
Members,
Because,
I'm not going to give an opportunity again over the same issue. I have requested the president of SASCOC to proceed with his presentation. It is for this committee's advantage and for the country's advantage. Proceed, President.
Thank you, Chairperson, and again, apologies for that. With regards to the achievements of SA Hockey, it's not only as the team, but several of the individuals within that team have received international accolades as well, and I'm sure Hockey will report on that. As a code of sport, SASCOC does support Hockey financially. We supported them with the pre-games training in Paris for Paris Olympic Games. They also received Olympic Solidarity team support for the men's team, as well as funding the women's team through the Association of National Olympics funds. In other aspects, SASCOC does support it by getting them to attend our workshops, provide guidance and support on safeguarding, provide guidance on approved bidding and hosting applications, and through the Olympic Solidarity team support is going to be provided for Los Angeles 2028 as well. The one challenge that we have that has cropped up constantly with hockey, and I'm sure they'll speak about it, is the funding for a team sport. We appreciate the 4 million given by the department, but we've also had several queries about the costs to individuals to attend international events, and that remains a challenge for hockey as well as for SASCOC. Over and above that, Chairperson, we are comfortable that hockey remains one of our better performing and organizations, not only on the field, but also in regards to governance. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, President of SASCOC, Hockey South Africa.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone on the platform, and thank you for meeting with us. My name is Dion Morgan. I'm the President of South African Hockey Association. The members that's on the call with me is my Vice President, Nwandile Simelane, our Treasurer, Ryan Malela, and our Chief Executive Officer, Biko Lomzi Mbuike. So I'll hand over to our CEO that will take you through our presentation that has been shared.
Thank you, President. Good morning, members of the Portfolio Committee, the Minister, the Department officials, SASCOC, and South African Hockey. Thank you very much for the opportunity. So I'm just putting up the presentation quickly.
Are we able to flag the presentation?
Yes, sir. Now.
There we go. Please proceed.
Sorry, Honourable Chair. I'm just having a glitch on my side. I can't see the presentation. Thank you. In terms of the overview that we received from the department, this is the areas we'll be talking to. The overview and structure, the annual report, the annual financial statements, and then pertinent matters in terms of major events, capacity building, performance against plans, and major challenges. Next slide, please. In terms of our vision, sorry, can you just move on to the next slide, please? Thank you. Our vision is an inclusively integrated hockey ecosystem. In terms of our missions, is to be recognized as a leading global, competitive, and social responsible national federation that champions innovation and inclusivity. Next slide, please. SA Hockey is recognized by the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture as the national federation responsible for governance, administration, development, and high performance delivery of hockey in South Africa. We're also a member of the South African Sports Confederation and Olympic Committee, Africa Hockey Federation, and the International Hockey Federation. And we're responsible for regulating and promoting hockey at all levels, developing participation pathways, managing national teams, and ensuring compliance with national and international requirements. This is our structure in terms of our board and our council. We've got the council as the highest member decision-making body. We've got the South African board, executive board, and then myself as CEO, and then the office staff. Executive committee led by Dion Morgan with Lwandi and Ryan Malela, and then myself as the CEO. It consists of the management committee, and then these are the members that are part of our executive. We just apologize for the stickman. We did submit a updated presentation with our new member of sponsorship and marketing. Next slide, please. Hockey in South Africa is based in field hockey. We've got hockey fives, we're indoor hockey, and also beach hockey. Next slide, please. For our strategic context, all reported activities and outcomes align with our approved strategic plan. In terms of the annual report and governance administration, we achieved a clean financial audit outcome. We have a new constitution, which was amended and approved. Our strategic plan for 2030 was updated in November 2024. Enhanced executive board, we co-opted legal and human resource for focused oversight and governance. We had held successful annual general meetings and council meetings, and the election of board members as per the constitutional cycle, and then appointment of a permanent CEO. In terms of high performance, this is our national rankings, for all our teams. Our senior men and women are number 1 in Africa, they're number 12 and number 20th in the world. Our under 21s are number 1 in Africa, and number 10 and number 13 in the world. Our senior indoor men are number 1 in Africa, as well as our females, and they're number 7, 9 in the world. And then in terms of our senior men's hockey fives, they're number 5 and number 22 in the world. And then the senior women's hockey fives are number 1 and number 3 in the world. Next slide, please. So to elaborate more in terms of our high performance, our international participation, the senior men's team Field hockey maintained a competitive world ranking number 12 with notable performance against top tier nations at home in December last year and January against India and Netherlands. We participated in the following international events: the Nations Cup in Malaysia in June 2025, where we finished 8th, and that costed about 1.3 million rand. And participated in the Africa Cup of Nations in Egypt, where we won gold. That costed about 800,000 rand. And then we'll be participating now in the FIH World Cup in Netherlands and Belgium. That's costing about 2 million rand. In terms of our team, they showed significant improvement, qualified for the World Cup in August 2026 by winning the African Cup of Nations, demonstrating the impact of our high performance program. The team participated in the following international events: the Nations Cup in Poland in June 2025, and that costed about over 1 million rand. The African Cup of Nations in Egypt in October, we won gold, and that costed about 832,000 rand. And then they'll also be participating in the FIH World Cup in Netherlands or Belgium in August this year. That's about 2 million rand budgeted. In terms of our indoor program, they maintain a competitive world ranking, 7th internationally, and they participate in the following international events. Indoor World Cup in 2023 was hosted in South Africa in February, and we finished 6th, and it costed about 296,000 rand. The Indoor World Cup 2025 in Croatia in February 2025, we finished 3rd, and that costed about over 834,000 rand. And then we participated in the Corsica Cup in South Africa in December, and we won gold, and that costed about 257,000 rand. In terms of our senior women's indoor team, they also maintain a competitive world ranking. They finished 9th, and they participated in the Indoor World Cup in 2023 in South Africa, and they finished 4th, and that costed about 28,000 rand. And then in terms of the Indoor World Cup 2025 in Croatia, the team finished 9th position, and that costed about 830,000 rand. And then the team also participated in the Corsica Cup in December in South Africa, and they won gold, and that costed about 264,000 rand. And then in terms of our junior program, they maintained a junior men's team. They maintained a competitive world-class world ranking. They finished 10th in 2025, and they participated in the Junior Africa Cup in Namibia in April, and they won gold. Costed about 551,000 rand. And then SA has won this event 6 times. And they also participated in the Junior World Cup in India in December, and they finished 12th position, and it costed about 1.8 million rand. And I just need to say that a million rand of that 1.8 costing was provided by the Department of Sports and Recreation in terms of the allocation provided to us in this financial year. And then in terms of the junior women team, they maintain a competitive world ranking of 13th in 2025. They also participated in the Junior African Cup in Namibia in April, and they won gold, and that costed about 588,000 rand. South Africa has won this event 8 consecutive times since 1997. And then the team also participated in the Junior World Cup in Chile in December, and they finished with 15th position. And the cost of that trip was about 1.4 million rand. Again, 1 million rand of that costing came from the department support in terms of the team. Next slide, please. And in terms of our schools sector hosted a successful annual general meeting in October last year and elections. They successfully hosted national and regional events in 2025. The school's indoor tournament held in Durban on the 1st to the 4th of December 2025. They also participated internationally, where South Africa versus Zimbabwe series, and South Africa won the series, and they also participated in the Malaysia tour. In terms of university sport, university sport successfully hosted the USA hockey tournament at the University of Stellenbosch in June to July last year. The event was live streamed, and the event was sponsored. Event sponsor is required to elevate the event. And then the winners of that tournament, Marties won the women's section, and then Tugs won the men's section. Next slide, please. In terms of annual financial statements, As you can see from 2024 to 2025, we made a total revenue of 28.8 million rand, with operating expenses of about 19.9 million rand, and the operating profit was about 9 million, with investment income about 700,000, and the net profit was about 9.8. The reported surplus reflects funding committed to future program delivery, and the variances are primarily due to timing and program scheduling. South African Hockey Association has demonstrated a strong financial recovery from prior year losses, with improved revenue diversification, prudent cost management, continued oversight on grant utilization, and program delivery is still recommended to ensure a sustainable positive impact. Next slide, please. And just on the financial matters, we had an unqualified audit for 2024-2025. We are still a going concern basis, and the absence of material contingent liabilities, and the current income is insufficient to sustain and grow hockey in South Africa. The challenges and plans in terms of major events, we've hosted the World League's semi-finals in Johannesburg in 2017, with both men and women's semi-final rounds, and then we also hosted the Women's Junior World Cup in Potchefstroom in 2022. 15 teams participated. The Netherlands won gold, and South Africa finished 7th in overall. And then we also hosted the Men's Nations Cup 2022 in South Africa, the inaugural Men's Nations Cup in Northwest University in Potchefstroom. 8 teams participated, and South Africa won the tournament. Next slide, please. And then in terms of the Indoor World Cup that was hosted in Pretoria in 2023, 24 teams in both males and females participated. Australia men won the tournament. Netherlands women won the tournament. And then we also hosted the FIH Masters World Cup in 2024 in Cape Town. 94 teams participated in various age categories, over 35 men and women, over 40 men and women, over 65 men, 70 men, and over 75 men. In terms of our final positions, over 35 men, they got silver. Our over 35 women won gold. Our over 40 men won gold, and our over 40 women finished in 12th position. Our over 65 men finished 8th. Our over 70 men finished 6th, and our over 75 men finished 4th. And then in terms of potential events that we can host in South Africa, in 2026, it's the FIH Congress, which is in October, November, the Under-18 Africa Youth Hockey Fives qualifiers, and the FIH World Hockey Fives Youth event in December 2026. In terms of 2027, it's the Junior Africa Cup, February 2027, the Africa Hockey Congress, which is about September, October in 2027, and the FIH Junior World Cup, which is in December 2027. And then in terms of 2028, it's the FIH Congress and the Indo Africa Cup. And I think one thing was missing from this one is the FIH World Cup, which for both males and females, which is in 2028 or 2030. Next slide, please. These are events in terms of our interprovincial tournaments that we hosted by South African Hockey. Tomorrow, the indoor program, which is taking place in the UKZN, and the senior IPTs will take place in Gauteng. The senior B IPTs will take place in Mpumalanga. Under 21s will take place in Tavega. University sports IPTs will take place in Stellenbosch. The under schools, under 13 and under 14 will take place in Johannesburg. The under 16 and under 18 will take place in KZN. The country districts will be in Limpopo for the men, and the country districts for the women will be in Eden. And then the Masters just finished their IPTs last week for over 65s. Next slide, please. In terms of capacity building and development, we're increasing coaching and umpire education to grow our hockey through our hockey coaching and umpiring in the country. coach and mentor placement. We're deploying trained coaches and former players to development hubs to inspire youngsters through coaching clinics, support provincial coaches and umpires workshops. In terms of safeguarding, we've done provincial and club safeguarding officer training. Club and provincial safeguarding is in place. Continuous education of the hockey fraternity in safeguarding and how to protect our members. Growing development of hockey with modified hockey as a mass participation program. We continuous competitions, advocates for and facilitates regular international competitions for all our teams and coaching clinics to support mass participation. The Hockey Fives growth tool is to promote Hockey Fives. It's fast, it's accessible, it's low cost as a primary format for township, rural, and schools development after modified hockey. And South African hockey home of hockey will equally ensure that South African hockey is sustainable, so that we can create these programs within our own space and not having to hire facilities to do this. Next slide, please. I think just on the delivery on capacity building, our coaching education, we've trained and accredited over 2,887 participants in 121 national courses nationwide, focusing on level 0 to level 3. Umpire education, we've trained and accredited over 1,151 umpires in 137 courses nationwide, focusing on level 0 certification. In safeguarding education, 2,104 attended a safeguarding awareness courses. And then in modified hockey, 492 schools participating in the modified hockey program, which is geared towards schools with limited resources. I just want to say also there's about over 19,000 athletes who are participating in this. We are in 40 districts currently now, and we are mostly in quintile 1 and quintile 2 schools that we've rolled out modified hockey on. And then in terms of the 2026 World Cup that will happen in August, we have the privilege of 4 umpires have been appointed to umpire at the World Cup, and we have 1 umpire manager. In terms of our registration, we have about 8,000 members, juniors about 2,000, seniors about 5,000, and we've got about 198 clubs. Our schools are over 147,000 registered players, and primary schools about 52, secondary 69, and then combined schools is about 25, with a total school teams of about 10,842 and 985 active schools play. I've just spoke about the modified hockey, and our Masters hockey is a social league run nationally. Universities are over 20 universities or plus minus 60 varsity clubs. And then next slide, please. And then in terms of our performance, we gave indication in terms of our financial audit, our growth and high performance plan, and also the governance and adherence and social safeguarding, etc. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm not sure how to pronounce the surname Bigwe. I hope you don't mind if I allow members. But in my opening remarks, I spoke.
Apologies for barging in. Can somebody just confirm, is it just me having an issue with signal? I don't pick up the chairperson.
I also don't pick up the chairperson, Honorable Malon. It's not only you.
Oh, thank you.
Mr. Chairperson, maybe if you can switch off your video so that you have more clarity on your side.
about our role to transform society.
Excuse me, Chair. Excuse me,
And
Chair. Excuse me, Chair.
you have mentioned.
Excuse me, Chair. Mr. McClure.
Who's saying excuse me?
Please proceed.
Chairperson.
Excuse me. Excuse me, Chairperson.
Who's saying that?
It's Zoleka and Mr. Mutao. I
can
will
hear
call
you.
the chairperson. Chairperson, we are struggling to hear you in the meeting. We are struggling to hear you in the meeting. Maybe if you can switch off your video. We didn't hear a thing that you were saying before. Thank you, Chair.
So can't somebody just call the chairperson and tell him if maybe he's not even hearing this part that you're trying to communicate with?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, Chair, we can hear you now.
Can you hear me now? Okay, so I'm going to switch off. I'm going to go on another gadget as well. I don't know how to pronounce the surname Mbikwe or Mr. Pico. If you don't mind to say Mr. Pico, I heard you mention, before I'm going to give members opportunity, you've mentioned high performance programs, I think more than 4 times. And also in my opening remarks, I have make mention to the key responsibility when it comes to transformation, social cohesion, and also breaching the divides. This entity, this federation, as mentioned, nothing about its pipeline, its transformation, and also we all are aware that the EPG is the barometer when it comes to our targets. And the last EPG of this Hockey South Africa has been submitted 2018-2019. In the same breath, before I'm going to give over to Honorable Molatani, I want to stress it that the department must also indicate when the final EPG report will be released then. With that said, Honorable Molatani, followed by Honorable Potgieter. Also note, Portfolio Secretary, I'm going on another gadget, seems to, with regard to the problem that I'm facing.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Metlua. Let me welcome the presentation that has been done by South African Hockey Association, as well as the department chair. Chairperson, my first question, can the gentleman who was doing the presentation explain to me what is the difference between modified hockey and ordinary hockey before I can raise my questions? Thank you very much, Chair.
Mr. Pico, please respond to that question.
Mr. Chair, would it be okay? It's Deon Morgan, President of South African Hockey. I'm not putting my camera on for bandwidth for everyone. Is it fine if I respond?
It's fine, Mr. Morgan, proceed.
Thank you very much. I think 2 things. Firstly, from a transformation perspective, as you rightfully said, our last submission was 2018-19. And if you look at the report since then, there's been a huge transformation drive within Hockey South Africa, and we've met the bulk of our targets in that space that we've agreed to from a transfer EPG perspective, and internally self-set targets that we have. So for our provincial tournaments like the one happening now currently in Durban, the indoor interprovincial tournament, there is clear legislation in place in terms of transformation targets and teams needing to meet it. The same applies to our national teams, same applies to our executive boards. As you would have seen the image of our executive board that was put up, it's a transformed executive board, and also very cognizant of the gender within the board. So just to touch on the transformation comment in that regard. Then just based on the modified hockey, I think just to be clear, hockey is played in a certain format for as long as we know it, and because of all the equipment required, so because of the ball and how hard the ball is, you need a proper footgear, if I can use that term, which is boots. You need shin pads. You need certain type of sticks, etc., which then increases the cost of being able to participate from a hockey perspective. So if you look at our Model C schools predominantly, and private schools, it's less of a challenge for the kids that's in those environments. They can they could afford it more than the rest. And our modified hockey caters for all the other schools, if I can use that term. And like we said, Quanta 1-2 schools, where to be able to play the game is too expensive in its current format. Hence us introducing the modified hockey, which is a plastic stick that is predominantly sponsored by us through the department and other sponsors that comes on board. So we can buy the equipment and give it to the schools in the rural areas that hasn't been exposed to the sport. And then we also have bigger, softer hockey balls that almost looks like your softball balls in terms of size, but it's softer. And by us doing that, it now gives everyone an opportunity, because our vision is all about inclusivity. And by doing that, we're now giving everyone an opportunity to play the game. So there's no, and you'll see the stick that was in the image, I think was a yellow stick. We've got green sticks, we've got blue sticks. So you don't have to buy team shirts and stuff, or playing shirts. You play the blue sticks versus the yellow sticks versus the green sticks, which take out all of those costs. Because it's a plastic stick, it's durable. You can play on any surface. So whether you have grass at your school or not, you can play in the classroom, you can play in the street. So all those barriers to entry has been removed due to the stick and the ball. And that gives us the platform to go to all the districts we're in to be able to grow the game. So one, we obviously spend quite a bit of time within the schools to make sure that the kids understand. And then two, we educate the teachers and educators in that space to make sure it's not a once-off program and it's continued. So there's programs in place. We've got people within the districts that runs it, and we get regular reports in terms of attendance and how it works within that space. I hope that answers the difference between modified hockey.
Thank you so much.
And hockey.
Thank you so much, Mr. Morgan.
Thank you.
I hope Honorable Molotsan is happy. I'm going to give an opportunity now. I'm happy that you talk about a transform diverse board, but it is useless boasting about a transform diverse board with most, if not all of them, not present due to work commitments today. And I think that is something that we need to address. You don't have to respond now. You can respond later on to that as well. Honorable Molotsan, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I can clearly understand it when they explain the difference between a normal hockey that we know and this modified hockey. So according to me, I'm just asking myself where I'm sitting when the gentleman is busy explaining about the modified hockey. Is it going to make those kids who are being taught modified hockey to be one of our hockey players in the country, to be in the squad of the hockey players in the country? I'm just asking myself, Chairperson, what is so difficult for the department? Instead of buying those modified hockey equipment in bulk, they can start to buy the real hockey equipment in bits and pieces, so that at least when the learner starts to learn playing hockey, it is exactly the quality that is going to use. Even if he wants to take hockey further, at least he is now being able to know the real hockey stick. But he will answer that later. I just want to check, Chairperson, with SAHA, the road to Olympics 2028. Can SAHA present the roadmap to 2028 Olympics, and how far are they with the presentation? Regarding the capacity building, Chair, I think they've presented that they are having these courses for the coaches and so forth. What is the highest qualification a coach or an umpire or an official can have, can achieve in a hockey? For an example, if we say this person is a national coach, is a national umpire, what highest qualification does that person have? And again, can SAHA be able to present the breakdown of highest qualification in regarding the gender, the race, and so forth, because they are busy talking about transformation. We want to see this transformation, whether it's happening in real or it's only happening on a black and white. And the other thing, I just want to check, when coming to choose the national squad that is going to present the country somewhere overseas or in the national team, those I don't know what you call them in your language of hockey, but the selectors, what qualification are you supposed to have, or what qualification are they having to be part of the selectors, or to be a selector, so that can be able to select players for the national squad and so forth? And can they explain this thing that, because I remember the reason for us to end up calling hockey was where one of the parents or one of the players somewhere was complaining that they will say there's a trip to this country and you are a qualified player to go to that country. Unfortunately, if you can't be able to afford the money to pay for you to be in that trip, they will take whoever who can be able to afford the money, even that person doesn't have the skill that the previous person have on playing hockey. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you so much. Members, please note that the presentation by SASCOC has been emailed to Shikwam Bana.
Sorry, Chair, I keep losing you.
No, it's not only you, Honorable Potgieter. I think all of us, we can't hear anything from the Chairperson.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes. So, Honorable Potgieter, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I'd just like to get an indication, Chair, from Mr. Mbuke. I'm sorry about the pronunciation again. How long he's been CEO with regards to SA Hockey?
Honourable Member, I've been from 1st of September last year.
From last year? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you for your presentation. I particularly like the fact that you include the cost of the tournaments with regards to, you know, where you've participated. I think it is quite illuminating. What I'd like to understand, because I do know that you've had funding issues in the past, and this has forced the withdrawal out of international competitions, and it's limited the exposure of a number of athletes. So my first question with respect to that would be, how many of our athletes have withdrawn or have moved abroad based on your funding issues? And then secondly, you know, how this is actually affecting you after the school phase. So once people have left school, because I think you've got in place quite a number of programs, you know, whilst people are still in school, but once they've left school, how does that development look in terms of these players being able to, you know, play domestically and internationally? If you can give an idea of that, because there seems to be a sort of developmental gap between school level hockey and structured pathways, you know, for talent development once they've left school. I'd also just like to understand, with regards to your surplus in revenue, if you can give me an idea of how that came about. Is it a reduction of operational expenses, or how have you managed to kind of turn around that particular spending pattern? And Chair, also whether or not you've resolved the issues, particularly with your former men's national coach. Those were quite prevalent during the end of last year. And then whether or not you have in place a mechanism for players to engage with the association on their sort of gripes and issues with being, you know, withdrawn from international competitions, and how this affects their careers. Because we are seeing a lot of players or athletes that are choosing, you know, cricket or rugby over hockey, particularly because they cannot get that exposure, and it becomes a hindrance in terms of them actually having a career in the sport. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, the Honorable Makgato.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Greetings to the minister and all the honorable members and also the officials. It says the Federation adopted the audited financial statement. And then at the same time, it shows the financial support on 24, 25, 26. I just want to ask this question. What is the audited financial statement? And also explain more the financial support on 24, 25, 26. And again, there is education and training movement and communities via to schools. Can you please elaborate how do you educate and train and training? And then please elaborate, please elaborate how do you do these things of training and also education? On SASCOC, I didn't capture anything. Then lastly, the hockey, the SA Hockey Association. I seen the cost of men and women teams. These funds include the transport and accommodation. May you please outline the cost on this fund so that we can understand the cost of the funds? That they clearly cleared us the funds, but I just want to know, for those funds, are they for accommodation? Are they for transport? So maybe we can have something we understand. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Makgato. The Honorable Matahum.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. The presentation was good. Everything was nice. Really appreciate, and greetings to everyone that is on the platform. Greetings to the minister as well. There's one thing that is in my concern, especially whenever it comes to the rural areas. To say hockey is they haven't went to the rural areas because of, I just want to know because of why they haven't started to the rural areas, because of we have kids there who might be good. We might produce the best players from the rural areas, and I can see that in our township they're starting to come in. But again, we cannot say once you've handed over the equipment for the township schools that we say they can play on their grass, they can even use their classrooms. Why does it take so long to not to develop the hockey field for even the township areas? Because of if we develop those, then it will give the kids an eager to be able to play the hockey with pride and joy, than for us just to send the hockey sticks and the hockey balls, and we say no, it's fine. They can use their soccer field, or they can use the grass, or they can use their classrooms. So for me, it's more of saying we undermine those kind of things. So I just want to find out from them to say, with the whole budget that you guys are getting for the school programs in order to develop the hockey in the schools, when you see that there's no hockey field, why do you only leave the hockey sticks? Yes, I understand. It's because of it's the first phase, but what's your plan in making sure that these schools, the rural and township schools, they do have hockey field? I will stand there for now, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much, the Honorable Daniels.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning to the Minister, DG. My sincerest and heartfelt condolences with your loss, DG. To all my colleagues, good morning. Chairperson, I'm hoping to get another bite. So I'm just going to touch on a few issues, and then I'm hoping on the second round, I can then get back to the other challenges that I have. Chairperson, let me start with uncomfortable truths here, uncomfortable facts, and what I'm going to do, you see, I'm not going to speak in mid-air. I'm going to mention names. Not because I want to expose, but I want to be more factual so that anybody can do a reference check to verify what I am saying is indeed true, correct, and honest. I've listened to this presentation, and I have a few questions on that presentation. As much as the presentation is welcomed, before I start, I want to give you my personal opinion about Hockey South Africa. I hold the view that Hockey South Africa is nothing less than a cabal on its own. I also want to disclose the following. There are people serving in South African Hockey Association, present in this meeting that is very well known to me. And there is no ways that because of my proximity to them, that I am going to be very different in my approach. We've got a duty to fulfill, a constitutional duty to fulfill. And I want to remind everybody, it's the first time that SAHA is with us. I'm speaking to them directly. I want to remind you that appearing before the portfolio committee, this one and others, you are indeed under oath. Anything you say that is untruthful, any lies that you spew here, we will be able to charge you. And I will be the first one to ensure that we charge you should you not be honest. The reason why we are having this engagement is because we need to understand, we need to do our oversight, and we need to assist you where we can assist you, because we need to improve the current status of hockey in South Africa. So we need to work together. Nothing is personal, because I've got friends here on this platform. So now that I've said that, you know, it is really sad. Honorable Malutsane raised it, and we've raised it in the past, that people have to pay to play. There's a particular lady in Buffalo City, or there's a player there in Buffalo City who's still at school in grade 12, who was supposed to go play the hockey festival in the Netherlands last year, October. The cost to that player was 60,000 Rand for travel and accommodation. The player did not go. That is Kylan Ricks from East London. Now, I'm mentioning the name because it's not just exclusive to this particular player who's in grade 12 this year. But for someone at that tender age who was supposed to go and play in the Netherlands in the hockey festival, not to be able to go because of funds, we need to address this thing and not just talk about it, we need to come up with solutions. Then I want to talk about the challenge that I have. What disturbs me mostly, you see, before hockey was an elite white sport like cricket used to be. Yes, we have got colored players and black players and Indian players, but it was elite white. Now that we've got people of color, our own people in charge, the families, the country, the players want to cry foul for not being recognized, for not being selected. But now with the new dispensation that we have got our own people, we are still not selecting our people on merit. We are not doing that. We must blame our very own colored people in charge here, our black people in charge here, because you failed the hockey players out in South Africa. And let me get to my reasoning why. I'll give you one example. I'll use another hockey player by the name of Malika Hamza. Now, Malika Hamza comes from a hockey family. Now, there's beef between executive members and the family. Malika Hamza is not being recognized. Let me give you the shortest version of this. 15 years old, selected to play South Africa under 21 squad. Went into the squad, never afforded an opportunity to play. In 2022, Malika Hamza was the top goal scorer in a senior provincial tournament, competing against senior players. She's still not been selected to represent South Africa in the national side. Then you have other forwards who did not score in more than 10 games, others did not score in 20 games. But yet they are remaining in the squad. Now, Malika Hamza also became the youngest South African female player to secure a place in the German Bundesliga League One team. Now, playing at the highest level internationally, and you still don't yield, it still doesn't yield you the opportunities at the senior national level right here at home soil. Where is the problem? It brings me to questions. Is there any integrity in the selection process? I need clarity on the criteria for your selection, how your performance is evaluated relative to selection. And then I also want to, there's the Olympics coming up. I'll put it to you, South African hockey. The Olympics is now soon, a few sleeps from now. I put it to you that you have not announced your squad yet. Please tell me that I'm wrong, and I'm hoping that I'm wrong. Because the problem that I have with South African hockey, and they do this deliberately, I've got no other way to view this. They hold back on the squad selection until a month or two at most before they announce the squad, and then the players need to fork out money. Now, my other question is, how much are you getting paid, President, if you are getting paid? How much are the rest of the members of SAHA getting paid? The reason why I'm asking that, and I want this answer, I want you to ask yourself the following question. With whatever it is that you're going to tell us now how much you are getting paid, with whatever it is that you're getting paid, and you get notification that your child must go and present the country or provincial team in a month or two from now, and they must fork up 60,000 rand, will you be able to fork out the 60,000 rand in that period of time? Now, because our people are challenged and they can't afford that money, you've got your other players lined up already who can afford to play. So I've got much more things to I think also they can give that answers in bulk, but with your permission, Chairperson, I would like to direct a question to the Vice President of Hockey. To the Vice President of Hockey, and I want to like to, with your request, with my request to you, Chairperson, I want to do it interpellation style. Vice President, the reason why I'm feeling that this is the entire cabal is because I hold the view that you are not just the Vice President of South African Hockey Association. Where else are you in executive positions?
Can the Vice President respond to the question?
I can, through you, Chairperson. I'm also the first Vice President of SASCOC. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, you see, to me, when you are dipped in this portfolio committee with your fingers in SAHA and your finger in SASCOC, then I've got lots of reservations around there. Now, can you tell me, being the Vice President, the first Vice President of SASCOC and the Vice President of SAHA, does it not have an influence on how you guys conduct the affairs of South African hockey when it's on your agenda at SASCOC?
A response to the Honorable Daniels?
Thank you, Chair. No, Chairperson, it does not. If there are any matters that would be raised that conflict, then I would, as per the corporate governance requirements, recuse myself.
Thank you for that response. As much as I have my reservations, let me ask you, SASCOC says that South African Hockey Association is compliant. Now you serve at SASCOC. You say SAHA meets all the requirements. Where is your latest constitution? Because there's a cry out there that the affiliates and the clubs don't have that constitutions. Where do we gauge and measure your compliance? Vice President.
Thank you. Through the chairperson, the Constitution has been presented to the General Assembly, adopted by it and delivered as such. I'm not sure if the CEO can confirm if it does reflect on our website, but to our knowledge and understanding, the Constitution has been delivered to all members of the General Assembly of SAHA. Thanks.
Thank you very much for that response. We will then verify if it is indeed the case, because there is this, we have to be fair at all material times, so that I would recommend that these things gets communicated to all the clubs out there, because that is not what they are saying. And if it is that they are in the wrong, then we have to then address that issue to ensure that transparency prevails. My question to the president of South African Hockey, Mr. Morgan. Mr. Morgan, can you tell me your current South African coach, who is he?
Through you, Chair, it's Devon.
Surname?
For the men? We're talking for the men?
For the men, yes, Mr. Morgan.
Yeah, it's Devon, I'm making a blank.
Is it Van der Merwe?
Yes, sorry.
Thank you. Now, my question to you, President of SAHA, did Mr. Van der Merwe, let me first get this right, is he the appointed coach?
Through you, Chair, he's the interim coach.
Since when?
We had, and I think one of the Honorable Potgieter spoke about it, and I made a note to respond to that. But since our coach-elect, or appointed, sorry, coach at the time was suspended, Devon, who was part of the assistant coaches forum, then was kind of appointed as the interim coach.
Thank you. Now, did Mr. Van der Merwe, did he coach any province before or any national team anywhere on the globe?
I can't respond with fact. You mentioned earlier we mustn't tell lies. I don't want to. Yeah. I don't want to say anything that's not factual, and I can't verify. I know he's quite involved in the school structure. So if we talk about provincial teams, he's coached provincial teams at school structures. I cannot comment about the senior structures, but I can obviously do that homework and come back to this forum.
Is there anybody in your team that can tell you whether he's ever outside school, ever coached provinces or a national team anywhere in the globe?
I'm not sure. While we're doing the proceedings, we can obviously reach out to High Performance and see if they can respond and give us that insights. If I can ask.
Is there someone on the platform, Mr. Morgan, who's got the answer?
Oh, well, the CEO is newly appointed. I'm not sure if my vice or treasurer would have that knowledge. Potentially, if either one of you do, then if you can unmute and respond. I'm not aware. Otherwise, I'm going to ask just for us to be able to verify before we respond.
Okay, let's see if they know that. If they know.
Through the chair, if I may, I think the request would be difficult for us on the platform to verify, because coaches are interviewed by the High Performance Department, and they would have that report. I think that's why the president is saying we are able to report to that. But we as the members of the board would not have sat in such a process. Thanks.
Thank you for that answer. It brings me to my point, Chairperson and fellow colleagues. You see, it's exactly one of the reasons why I say South African hockey is a cabal. I'll give you the answers. If you don't have the answers, I'll give you the answers. You don't need to go and verify. The current interim coach that is entrusted to take South African hockey to the Olympics has never coached any province, let alone any national team anywhere in the world. His highest level of coaching was school level. Now, as you know, the continents of sport that is mostly your participating level. But you cannot take someone. I would like to know, how is it? But I've got the answers. I've told you because it's a cabal. You take someone who's never been exposed to an elite level to come and coach and take a team that we put our pride in as South Africans, as patriots of this country, to the Olympics. When you have so many qualified coaches that you don't want to be in the mix because they don't fit your plans that you have. You don't fancy them. And that is why you don't want them around you. You had your coaches, one of your most high-performing coaches, coaching the national team, Cheslin Gee. He won the Provincial Coach Award. And 2 weeks later, you removed him. Now, because you are under pressure from outside forces, because there's certain people that you must handpick that must take this position. I want to land on this question on this particular point. Why is it that you can take somebody inexperienced to go and lead our forces at an Olympic event? Why could you not replace him and put somebody there that can fly the flag with pride, with experience, and with credibility, and a CV that speaks to it? I've got serious reservations on how, meaning then that South Africa must not have confidence in our team that's going to go to the Olympics. Are we wasting people's money? So that's, I want to land there.
Yeah, please land, Honorable Daniels. Honorable Daniels. Honorable
Can I
Daniels,
just raise
please.
one more item? I'm going to leave
Just a
the others for
second.
last.
Just a second. Just a
Thank you.
second. Please,
Thank you.
please land. I'm going to give. I want to give other members also opportunity, but you have made serious allegations about the person at hand, and we would really like that Hockey South Africa must respond to that allegation of the experience of the coach and its qualifications. Please wrap up. Thank you, Honorable Daniels.
Thank you very much. My last point for now for this session is I read about modified hockey. Who heads up modified hockey? President?
Through you, Chair, Gary Darley, who's the projects manager for South African Hockey.
How long has he been heading up modified hockey?
Since inception.
How long has that been?
Quite a few years, over 9 years, I would assume.
Can I say over 10 years?
Yeah, quite possibly, yeah.
Can I say 20?
I don't think we had it for 20 years, but I don't want to make comments that I can't verify. But for long, I can say more than 10 years for sure.
No, it's definitely more than 10 years. I think it's leading towards 20 years, President.
Yeah, Honorable Daniels, but we need. I actually want you to appeal to Hockey South Africa. We need those information. We need that exact years and amounts and dates and everything. We're just not going to have hockey off the hook without not in writing proper responses on that. Please proceed and close.
I'll close, Chairperson. Chairperson, modified hockey. The problem with modified hockey, it does not address transformation. That's a fact. And this thing about modified hockey, I've heard that they're talking about sticks, plastic sticks and plastic balls. Those balls are big. I was present at modified hockey. Modified hockey doesn't go over, it doesn't accommodate all of the demographics across South Africa. Once you send your child to modified hockey, it's just to introduce the child to the love of the sport. That's basically what it means. We've got somebody there for almost 20 years. My next question that they can answer later is how much is this person getting paid to head up modified hockey? Because modified hockey, once you're done with modified hockey, what you are not talking about is when these kids enter the other stream of hockey, then you must get the child, you must relearn the child about the smaller ball and the hard ball and the proper stick, and not that plastic stuff and big balls that they play with. And if you say that the color-coded sticks is so that the parents don't have to buy shirts for the children, I'm coming to that question because When I come back second round, prepare yourself to answer me who your supplier is for your kit. Give me the background of the person, and I would want to know whether this person has got ties with you guys in the executive. I'm coming back to that question, so I thought I'll give you a heads up. Let me land there now, Chairperson. Thank you.
The Honorable Khabo.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I'm not sure if you can see me. Thank you very much, Chair. Let me pass my greetings to your good self and members on the platform, including the officials from DSEC and hockey. Chairperson, let me start here with the CEO. Or before I go to the CEO, let me start where Honorable Malen has left it. Can I firstly get clarity on the national coach as to when was he appointed? Can I get clarity as and when I get ask questions, Chairperson?
Yes, I am allowing you. Can we give the honorable member clarity, Mr. Morgan, or the CFO?
Yes, through you, Chair. He's been in the role since the suspension of our then national coach. And that was, I'm not sure of the exact date, and based on what I was told, I don't want to be making assumptions. I don't know if anyone else from a hockey perspective has the exact dates, but we can check that and we can reply to that. But it's been a few months, towards last year sometime.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. While we are waiting for the confirmation of the exact date, can we get clarity on how the national coach was appointed?
Through you, Chair, are we referring to the same national coach, the men that we just spoke about?
Yes, yes, yes.
So once again, as the Vice President said, the high performance program or leadership has a process in place. He was part of the assistant coaches of the national team, and he was the candidate elected to be the interim coach. And this is not new. It happened in the past as well, where one of the assistant coaches got used to obviously, because they know the program, they've been working with the team and with the head coach. So from a continuity perspective, they've been appointed to be the interim coach.
No, thank you very much. With that being said, I just wanted to check what are the qualifications or what are the requirements for one to become a head coach, and as to whether the current incumbent is having the relevant qualifications or requirements that you'd speak of.
Once again, through you, Chair, we can share the requirements in terms of what the criteria is, because when we obviously do the process, we have adverts going out that's very clear on what the requirements are, and we can share that with this portfolio in writing immediately after the process.
Yeah, thank you for that, Mr. Morgan, and thank you also for bringing that up again, Honorable Khabo. To a certain extent, the coach is also not here to defend him or herself. So I think we need to ascertain whether the process was competitive, and whether the selection criteria was applied, because the members are actually making serious allegations here, and we need this information pertaining to the process. And what I cannot allow as the chairperson as well is also to put the coach or having the coach to be the center, if I may use the word, of a so-called scandal, if that is the case. So I would like us to be cautioned in around those interrogations. But I think, Mr. Morgan, you will agree with me, and you will agree with members, that the process of the members, are they addressing the process? And that is the concerns. And that is what and why we have hockey here on the demand of members to get clarity on all these issues. My apologies, Honorable Khabu. Please proceed.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. It's understandable. Chair, in fact, as part of the recommendations, Mr. Morgan has indicated that there is an advert or a process in particular. We would request that we be given a full or a comprehensive report in relation to the process followed, from the point of an advert to the sifting process, people who are involved with those necessary attachments of your attendance registers, including the minutes of those meetings that were dealing with that process up until the final appointment. And they must also attach the salary scale, in fact, all of his benefits to that process. If we can get that report, Chairperson, within less than 7 days. The other issue that I wanted to raise, Chairperson, is in relation to the modified hockey. I would want to get clarity from you, Mr. Morgan, when you speak of this modified hockey. Probably my question is better aligned to what Honorable Molatsane was asking earlier on. I'll need clarity on two things. There is a view that modified hockey is just an introduction to hockey, basically dealing with the basics of hockey. And secondly, I would want to check as to whether after one completing or after one has been introduced to modified hockey, can a player then be regarded as a person who has an in-depth understanding of hockey? Or is it just dealing with the basics?
A response, Mr. Morgan?
Apologies, Chair. I thought it's part of the list I need to make. So from a modified hockey perspective, you're correct. It's an introduction to the sport, to everyone that hasn't been exposed to it. And I think it's important to mention there's participation and there's competition. Modified for us is about participation. It's not about competition. It's about introducing them to the game. It's about kids picking up sticks and running around on the field and having fun. And there'll be those that take a liking to the sport and continues. Like in primary school, if anyone has kids, you know, your kids play every sport that's available. And all we're trying to do through the modified hockey is to make sure that the schools in the rural areas has the same opportunity, where they can also be exposed to hockey and not just to the soccer, and nothing against the other sporting codes. So please don't take it out of context. But let me rather just say it's important that they get exposed to as many sports as possible. And that is our action points, if I can use it, our strategy is to make sure that in those rural areas they're also exposed to hockey from a participation perspective, not competition, participation. Those who then enjoy the sport and wants to further the sport can then move into the participation space. And we've got examples, and I think one of the questions earlier was about how does a modified hockey person play in your national setup. We've got quite a bit of examples of modified players playing now for their provinces at school level that was never exposed to hockey before the modified hockey program, and we've got a few that's also in the national setup. Just to answer that.
No,
Proceed, Honorable Khabu.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thanks to Mr. Morgan for the response provided. I want to check with him. He keeps on referring to rural districts. I want to understand from him or get clarity from him as to what is his understanding of a rural district or a rural area. Thanks, Chair.
Mr. Morgan?
Should I respond? Sorry.
Can you link that response also to the rural areas participation of sports of Mr. Matau?
So we spoke about Quintile 1, Quintile 2 schools earlier, and that's where we focus on. So we do, obviously, where there's a hub that we create, we look at the Quintile 1, Quintile 2 schools that hasn't got the infrastructure, and we go in there and we try and build a project within those communities to make sure it's a continuous thing and it's not a scenario of just dropping sticks off. We've got hub leaders in place, or coordinators, I should say, that manages that the various hubs that we're in. And it's a program that's run. It's not a dropping off of sticks and balls and we move on. I don't know if that answers the question.
The particular specific question of Honorable Khabo was your understanding on the rural areas.
No, Chair, it's a straightforward question as to what is his understanding of a rural area. How would he define a rural area? What are the characteristics of a rural area, let alone what they do in rural areas? I would want to base my question on my first question. So I would want to get clarity from him. What is his understanding of a rural area?
Okay, so I want to just clarify my answer. My answer is my understanding, not SAHA's understanding, because the person running the project identifies the areas and there's criteria and stuff in place. My understanding is rural area is not necessarily what SAHA is classifying as rural area. So I just want to be clear, that's my response, Dion Morgan, not SAHA per se, because there's clear criteria and stuff in place from the modified lead. My understanding.
It's fine, Mr. Morgan. It's fine.
Sorry, I just I want to clarify that before I move on. For me, the rural areas is where there's kind of lack of infrastructure, if I can put it that way. There's schools in the area, and there's not a lot of infrastructure around the school or within the school. And it could be anywhere. It doesn't mean it's outlying areas. It can be anywhere. But if there's a lack of infrastructure in the schools, that's my understanding, not necessarily SAHA.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Thanks for the response. Obviously, the interpretation and understanding of a rural area would obviously be the same according to you and Hockey's interpretation and all of us' interpretation. And obviously, our understanding is that you are referring to those areas that are historically disadvantaged. And I'd want to ask you, I'm from the Northwest Province for your information. I'm looking at the list of provinces. Maybe I'll refer to you what the dictionary, how the dictionary defines the rural area. I'll take you there in a few minutes. But let me start here. In terms of your grassroots development, you have identified districts. I want to understand, how do you identify those districts, the methodology? Secondly, I would also want to understand the methodology of identifying these schools. And thirdly, where are those schools? Are they in your interpretation as Hockey, not as an individual now? Are they located in rural areas? Because I want to put it to you that we are not addressing the grassroots development of Hockey and not addressing the issue of transformation. I'll be getting to the issue of transformation. Because if you speak of transformation in simple terms, it's broadening up the access to these types of sports that historically were only meant for a selected few, whom are minority in terms of number, while the majority were kept out. That is the simplest interpretation of dealing with the issue of transformation. You have identified Vryburg in the Northwest, you have identified Rustenburg, you have identified Klerksdorp, and I think Mafikeng, if not mistaken, in the Northwest Province. I would like to get an understanding from you. How did you get to that point, and how is that related to the issue of transformation and the issue of accessing the sport in particular as part of addressing the historical injustices? I would like to pause there. Chairperson, thank you very much. The yardstick and methodology, because he spoke of a process, he spoke of rural areas. So I'm bringing him back to what he was saying. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Khabo. The Honorable Nkosi.
Thank you very much.
Please unmute.
I've unmuted.
Chair. No, Chair. Sorry for disturbing you. Am I not getting my responses? And I'm not sure whether
I have only deal, Honorable Khabo, the questions, direct questions and answers. I've given opportunity for that. With all the other questions, like other members, there will be a total response to that.
No,
the Honorable
Nkosi. Chairperson, you are making things difficult also for yourself unnecessarily. In future, I would plead with you to be clear in terms of how much of time are you allocating us. Because this thing of
No,
yours is
Honorable Cabo. I'm dealing with questions from members in
But
accordance.
I'm saying to you,
give me an
Chairperson.
opportunity.
But I'm saying to you also, as much as you must give me an opportunity, Chairperson, I'm saying to you, you cannot abruptly, while I'm busy submitting, decide that my time is over without you giving us a clear indication as to how much time are you allocating to us to make our submissions. Because there's a lot
No,
of
Honorable
distractions
Cabo,
in your
I
allocated
thought you
time.
were finished. Were you finished with your questions?
No, Chairperson. It's not fair what you are doing. I was not finished
No,
with my questions.
were you finished with your questions? I thought that you were finished.
I was not finished with my questions, Chairperson.
No,
That's why I was
the Honorable Kosi, just hold your hand. I will give Honorable Cabo again a opportunity for questions. I thought that we were finished. And Honorable Cabo, the members must not make it difficult for themselves. It's not me making it difficult for myself. There is members, and it is a tradition in this committee that members ask permission to ask questions on interpellation style. I allow that. And then following questions that need response after everyone's responses, I'm dealing with that. But I thought as once that you were finished with your questions. That's why I asked Honorable Nkosi. So I'll give you, we have enough time. I'm giving you time again to, you had more than 15 minutes that you have interrogated and asked questions. I will give you time again because we do have time. And as the chairperson, I am assessing the time and the responses and whether every member will have an opportunity. Please proceed if you have follow-up questions again.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you very much for your understanding on this matter. Chairperson, I was still on the issue of identification of schools, and I've linked it with the issue of rural areas. And I would probably quickly, so that we give other members an opportunity. I want to raise 2 or 3 things in relation to the grassroots development. I've asked as to, another question is to why is it only happening in 2 provinces? How are we then addressing the issue of accessibility of this voting code, and as part of addressing the issue of transformation within this sector in particular? And with that being said, Chairperson, I would like to get an understanding from the CEO and his team as to what is their understanding of transformation and what are the targets, and as to whether have they met those targets in terms of transformation, and why when we speak of grassroots development, we only see it happening in 2 provinces. As much as we have seen that they've provided support to schools in Limpopo, in KZN, and in Eastern Cape. And I would also want to understand that process as to how do they get to that point, and probably get a list of all of these schools, Chairperson, so that we can go and do our own inspection or oversight to make this assessment. But secondly, I'm raising the issue of schools, schools sports program in particular, precisely because of it cannot be that we are told of transformation of hockey within schools, and yet again, when we go to these schools, it's only these schools that are previously, what do you call it? What do you use terminology that they used to school, but more of a private school? Why is it that this development of this sport is it only taking places in only white affluent places? And yet again, we are saying in terms of transformation, we want to address historical injustice and make sure that this development is taking place in rural areas and in small dorps where actual development has not been taking place. I would want to raise my question on those bases, Chairperson. And lastly, Chairperson, the issue of training. Well, it's aligned also to Honorable Moletsane. Apart from the highest qualification, is this training that they are providing accredited? And second to that, why are there disparities in terms of people who are being trained in a province? I'll give you an example of Limpopo, vis-a-vis the number of schools that they are doing. How do they get to a point of identifying, and why are there disparities when they're expected to serve South Africa as a whole and you only see them serving 3 provinces? I'll stop there, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
You want a response now, Honorable Cabo, or can we flag it for later so that we give other members opportunity?
No, it's fine, Chairperson. Now that I've submitted everything, I'll wait for a response later. But you know my style. I prefer being given a response immediately, because in these responses, you're able to detect lies and everything there, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Cabo. The Honorable Nkosi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Greetings to your good self, my portfolio committee members, the Minister and his team, as well as the DG and her team. Chairperson, let me start by joining my colleagues by welcoming the presentation made before us. I'm not going to go on the modified hockey because my colleagues have just covered me on that one. Chair, one will raise the issue of the executive composition. When the president was presenting, I saw the executive composition there. In terms of gender, they are not doing well, Chair, because I looked at the males that are there, they're about 9 and they're about 10 and 3 females out of 13, of which it's not looking good. They must try to look at the issue of the gender balance. On the report of the EPG transformation report 2018-2019 about the achievements that are set to be achieved by the SAHA, it has been said that they achieved 11% compliance against the prescribed chapter targets and 37 compliance and other achievements that they've made, but they are not indicating as to what were the set targets, because we must know exactly what were the set targets before they are telling us that they have achieved above the targets. In the future, they must state very clear that out of the 20 targets, we have achieved 10 or 11. But if they're just reporting about the achievements, but you don't know what were the set targets, it's not good for us. We need to know exactly the set targets that were set there. On the financial report, Chair, I saw, let me check here on my report that was on 7.4. No, it's 7.1. The financial reporting. The President's annual report for 2024-2025 repeatedly makes references to sponsors and grant funding, but provinces, but provides no actual financial disclosures, such as those are the issues that are listed there from 7.1.1 until 7.1.6. Amongst those issues, Chair, we need to know exactly as to say why this was not disclosed, because it is reported that there were no disclosures about these issues and are listed. On 7.4 on governance and accountability, Chair, I just want to check that on there's one other issue that I've seen there. The report notes that on 7.4.3, the report notes that accountability was lacking in certain areas, but it does not name the areas, root causes, or corrective actions beyond a general commitment, why it was not reported. Can we be told as to why this lacking of accountability is not mentioned, and even to know as to how are they going to address that, because they must address that. Lastly, Chair, on the audit opinion, it was reported that they obtained an unqualified audit opinion, but they've never specified whether is it audit or unqualified opinion with findings or not findings. And if with findings, can we be told as to say how are they going to address those findings that are being identified by the Auditor General? We want to know exactly the audit opinion, whether it's with findings or not. If they are with findings, they must know when are they intending to bring the action plan so that they can be monitored against that. But if there are no findings, it's fine. Thank you very much, Chair. I submit.
Thank you so much, Honorable Nkosi for that crisp and direct questions based on the presentation. I'm now going to call upon the Honorable Mtetwa.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, if it is still morning. Yes, it's still morning. Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Eugene Mtetwa, deployed by EFF as a member in this portfolio committee, Chair. And I'm actually marveling, I'm sitting here and saying to myself, well, this is the portfolio committee that I had gotten acquainted to. Well done, Marlene. Well done, Marlon Daniels. Well done. I wish I could give you more time from my time to go on, because it shows that you understand the sports and you are within that space. That's why you are asking questions that are deep seeking response. But having said so, and I see that I've taught you guys very well, sorry, honorable members, that it is statutory offense to lie before the committee. With imprisonment that could go up to 10 years and substantial if you are found guilty, you could really go into prison. And maybe we need to do one example one of these days. Minister, I'm going to go deep into the department. Or maybe let me start by finding out, what are the origins of hockey? Would I be right if I say in the 16th century, that's when it started in Europe? And I think in the 19th century, there was a particular game that changed the hockey that was played at the time. It was in Canada, in Montreal. Would that be correct? Can either SASCOC respond to me or Hockey SA?
Can we have both responses from SASCOC and Hockey?
I can answer, Honorable Chair.
Yeah, you can
Please
answer. It's
proceed,
fine,
Minister.
Minister.
Yeah.
Yes,
Proceed,
thank you,
Minister.
Chair. No, the origins of hockey is one of the oldest sports in the world. Hockey started actually in Egypt, Greece, and Rome before it went to Canada. So that was in the mid-19th century. I hope I've answered the honorable member.
Yes, you've answered me. Indeed, Europe in the 16th century and 19th century in Canada. Nice, you are right. Now, I'm asking this question because constantly we are faced with this situation where we talk of transformation, but it becomes a cliche. Now, I want to find out whether from the department or from SASCOC, the 10, if you can list me the 10 top 10 sporting codes that are structured from district until international. Maybe let me say district, regional, provincial, national, continental, and international, because I know that it's going to jump from province, national, and then it goes to international without going to the continental. Can I get an answer?
I can ask our members.
I can answer.
Just listen.
It's not ready.
You can answer, Minister.
The top 10 sports in South Africa when it comes to districts level from grassroots to top. It's rugby, it's cricket, it's soccer, it's boxing, it's golf, it's netball, it's swimming, it's tennis, and it's cycling.
Right. Thank you very much. Out of the 10 that you listed, how many have got the origins or the domination of Black people?
Well, I would basically say football obviously is majority Black.
Yeah.
Rugby has now got more Black people playing.
Previously, before 1994.
Well, there's a big debate out when it comes to rugby because the Xhosa people, they adamant that they used to play rugby. They were just not recognized. It's a very difficult question to answer because the apartheid regime only concentrated on the white leagues, if I can put it that way. Most of them. So there was already, I mean, you look at cycling was very big in a Paarl area in the Western Cape, but we never heard of them. So our people have been running, when you look at athletics, our people have been running forever. But a lot of these sporting codes, it is even being said, Honorable Mtetwa, that the records that was stated in the South African books, that this is the South African record. Some of those records were frequently broken in the townships, but they were never, it was never recognized because some of those records were achieved by black people and it knocked off white people. So it's a very difficult question to answer, you're asking me, Honorable Mtetwa.
But you would agree that generally an ordinary South African would say, when you talk of hockey, would say it's a white sport. When you talk of rugby, they would say it's a white sport. When you talk of cricket, tennis, they would say it's a white sport. That's how they would view it. Okay.
For
Now,
the reasons that I've said now, but hockey, for instance, in the color community, hockey has always been big. From high school, which was a poor school, but there was hockey. So,
yeah.
but for the majority of the people, you are right, it is not accessible.
Yes. That's why I started by asking their origin, because I don't think colors were in Europe when this started. So that's the background I wanted to give, that most of these sports, the top 10, you don't have any indigenous game in those top 10. There's no sport that can be said originally from South Africa has been taken and developed up to the level of international. I have reservation on that one. It's just a question outside what we are talking about now, but in relation to what is happening and in view of transformation, I think the members have emphasized the issue of transformation. This transformation that they are speaking about, it's just color. It's what we call tokenism, where you bring the black color or the colored person into the game and then you say, but when it comes to qualitative training and developing of children in the sport, I don't think that is happening. It is just tokenism. The second question that I want to bring to the attention of Hockey SA. You speak of managing the national teams. I want to know who owns the national teams? What is your understanding of what a national team is? Who owns it? Who owns them? Because you are managing, you can't manage something that you own. Can you answer me, please? Hockey SA.
To whom is that question directed, Honorable Mtetwa?
I did say Hockey SA must respond
okay.
because the presentation managed.
Mr. Morgan.
Through you, Chair. Obviously, there's a process to follow to give the national colours to the national team. When we say we manage it, it's because there's a process we need to follow based on the guidelines from SASCOC and Ministry. So to make sure it's inclusive and everyone has an opportunity to represent the country. And hence we're saying we're managing it. When you say own it, I don't know if we can say we own it, but we own the process. I don't know if that makes sense.
Okay, maybe let me go this route. If today Hockey SA would collapse, would we still have national teams playing the sport or participating in international games?
Through you, Chair.
Maybe corruption has crippled Hockey SA and then the federation dies like any other. Would the sport still be participating in international? Would we still say we still have a national team?
To my understanding, no.
Okay. Thank you for that honest question. I mean, the honest answer. It says, I'm just bringing this to the, even to the minister's attention, that we speak of national teams, but we don't own them. National teams are supposed to be owned by the country, meaning owned by government. And then, correctly so, federations should be given the management of those, so that there's continuation beyond the existence of federation, so that we are able to say, federation, you're not performing, we are going to get another to do what you can't do. And that will also put the burden, more burden to government to fund, because when you look at what is the budget that you are funding hockey with as the department? 4-point-something million. But when you look at the cost that the Hockey SA is incurring to take our children into international games where they perform very well, it's a shame, Minister. I can tell you it's a shame, and I will constantly be raising this issue, that our investment doesn't show our commitment. We may run now and want to bring Formula Ones that are going to cost so much money, but we are failing what we need to be growing within our own children. At schools, we will not be able to play Formula One at schools, but these sports can be played at schools, and our children are suffering in some of the schools because they don't have other sporting codes in their schools. My son was playing soccer last year at primary. This year, in his school, there's no soccer. He has to play something else. So you can see there's no continuity, it's just ticking boxes. There's no consistent and alignment towards the development of a child from the district up till the international level where he participates. Fine, having said that, equitable participation, how do you measure your success in terms of equitable participation, Hockey SA? When you only have 2 provinces where you are participating, how do you measure that? What are your targets in terms of transformation, which must also, not just transformation in terms of color, it must also speak to the social cohesion. What is the contribution of Hockey SA towards social cohesion? And what is the racial integration process that you have? Because when you look at the board is dominated by guys, gentlemen, where there should be that transformation of women. In terms of sporting codes, the sporting code, what is the equitable participation according, just as Stephen, because you did not give us any figures to say we have out of 400 and something schools, 300 and something schools or 200 something else from previously disadvantaged areas, and you state the areas. When you say at 460, maybe it is indeed what they call Honorable Khaulat, they call it modern schools, Model C schools. That's what we gave them, Model C schools. And those are the schools that have these types of facilities to play. And I want to find out, what are your targets for transformation? And which areas are you targeting? And how do you measure your success in terms of the transformation charter? Okay, SA, please.
Through you, Chair. Our targets we can share post this because it's a very detailed brief. It's not just executive level, it's at all level, it's administrative, it's playing, it's all of those, obviously provincial, it's national, it's schools, it's all of those structures. So we can share that document with the forum immediately after, because to go through that will be very detailed, and I'm going to have to ask the office to find the document to make sure that what we share is accurate. I don't know if that is acceptable.
That's acceptable. That's fair.
Thank you.
My last question would be, you have total costs that you have listed that are far above 4.1 or 4.3, whatever, 4 million that they give you from government. Where do you get money to assist young people to participate internationally? where do you allocate the 4 point something from government in terms of your programs? Where do you apportion it to? What is it for in terms of where does it focus on in terms of spending? Because that 4 point something is very less than what you have displayed here in terms of your participation international. So I want to find out, how do you cope with 4 point and still be able to participate international with the figures that you have displayed?
Thank you, through you, Chair. So I want to start by saying the 4.4 that we received, there would be a lot less that we can do if we don't get it. So we really appreciate that, just to give context. The balance of the expenditure, we obviously go towards, or we look for sponsors, which is challenging in terms of funding the structures and the programs and stuff that we have, all from grassroots levels all the way to high performance. And we then have a decision to make when you look at international opportunities for the athletes to compete as to whether we go or we don't go. So if there's not enough funding, we can make the decision to say we're not going to be representing South Africa at those events. We engage with stakeholders, and then often the decision is made to say it's a pay to play, if I can use that scenario, where players will then contribute depending on what the shortfall is in terms of assisting to go to those events. But it's discussions with the stakeholders, and if there's a shortfall, that's kind of where it ends up. Sorry, does it answer?
Thank you very much. I would close, Chairperson, by saying the statement. Yeah, it's fine. Even though you did not reflect on the 4.5, what does it do? What is it? Do you take that 4.5, put it into answer that? You can send it.
We can send that to you. Obviously, when we do the application, we can't just say give us 4.4. We need to detail what it's for. So we can share that breakdown in terms of what the request was against, and we can show the expenditure against that request.
Thank you, Chair. I would give my second bite to Daniel, my Honorable Daniel. But I want to close with a statement to all the entities that are here. We have moved from political exclusion, and we are now into the systemic exclusion, where we pose like we want to do, but we come up with ways of preventing those who are coming from previously disadvantaged areas not to participate. The issue of pay to play, it is a barrier. Deliberately, it is a barrier made to prevent the black child from entering. I want to close with that statement, Chair. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Tetwa. I'm going to give the department, and I'm going to give the Hockey South Africa, and if SASCOC also would like to have a bite to respond on the other various issues. Following those responses, I will then give an opportunity again to the Honorable Molatsani and the Honorable Potgieter to have a second bite on the cherry. Issues outstanding for responses is the roadmap, the national squad, the spending, the national coach issue, and the mechanisms players have to engage as far as their careers is concerned, training, schools, how do you educate them, Honorable Makato, and also cost of funds, hockey women team, rural areas we've dealt with, the selection process, the squad announcements, salary. And on this particular issue on the salary, I want to emphasize that the information regulator has dispelled all notions of federations and entities appearing before this committee using the POPIA to withhold information and to defeat the end of justice when it comes to accountability. We will need that in line with what Honorable Mtetwa have said pertaining to what are we doing with that salary. We are paying a lot of salaries, And also we have to have those salaries to whom and who receive what. Schools, the issue of Limpopo, females, gender, funding, financial disclosures. Why was there no disclosures? Accountability, the audit outcome. Why it was there no emphasizing on whether what opinion it is, social cohesion. Those are the issues that we would like to have a response on behalf of the portfolio committee. Over to, in the following sequence, the department, following by hockey, South Africa, and then SASCOC.
Sorry, Chair, can I go first as far as the department is concerned?
Yes, the department is first. Please go, Minister.
No, thank you so much, Chair. I just need to answer the question of Honorable Mtetwa, where he made a comparison about F1 and why not give hockey that money of F1. The Honorable Mtetwa is really comparing two different scenarios, which I'll explain here now. You know, Chair, we as South Africans need to understand that sports is no longer just entertainment. Sports used to be entertainment. But what we have now, we have the business of sport. It is a multi-billion-dollar business, the business of sport. And whoever does not partake in that business, the business of sport, will not be able to afford the players, will not be able to afford to sustain any sport in the country compared to where the world is moving. F1 is not only entertainment for us, but bringing F1 here, it is a financial injector. It also brings tourism. Sports tourism is very big. Now, to compare that and say I must use the money we're using for F1, I don't think it's a fair comparison. But that being said, Honorable Chair, hockey, as I've asked hockey to do some improvements and to change how they report, and they have obliged. They have done that. That's why I've always been accused of cutting funding. But now, when I haven't cut the funding as the minister, where I actually increased the funding of hockey by 25%, 25% more than what they got 12 months ago, Chair. Now, I unfortunately would love to give them 100% increase, but I work from a pot that I get from Treasury, which doesn't allow me to do that. So I just need to bring those 2 points to say hockey has, they've really improved in how they report and how they show us what they do with the money we gave them. Hence, the department said there's a 25% increase, and in any balance sheet, a 25% increase is phenomenal. And now they're getting 4-point-something million, while they got 3-point-something million. So yeah, Chair, that was just my 2 cents. The rest I will listen on the radio, as they say. Thank you.
The department.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think Minister has covered us adequately. I think some of the other issues that was raised by Honorable Mtetwa, Minister responded directly to those. I think what I would then, through you, Chair, is get our colleagues from hockey to respond. I think most of the issues were directed directly to them, and perhaps also at a particular point, SASCOC can then come through. Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay, let me give SASCOC.
Thank you, Chair.
SASCOC, are you aware of all the issues raised by Honorable Daniels?
No. That has come as a news to us, but I'm also interested to find out.
Not as a shock.
No, because I know the background, and I also know from my own history of playing in hockey. I mean, Galvindale, and I know most of the people that are involved at this stage as well in the game. The one thing that I want to draw on is the statistics that we are garnering from SASCOC's perspective. There, and this is the information from Hockey South Africa. There are 8,774 registered hockey players. We know the budget that has been allocated for them. Now, in order for this figure to really grow, Chairperson, we need to look at how we can develop this in government schools, because the portfolio committee members have quite rightly said that most of the hockey is played at X-Model C schools or in private schools, and that for me is something we need to look at as a nation, as to how we're going to resuscitate our school sports again, because that's where we all started. That's where I started playing sport, and until we rectify that component, the progress of transformation, the progress of development is going to be extremely slow. Now, the department has got 16 codes of sport that they've prioritized, and hockey is one of those 16 codes of sport. And in order for us to really make a meaningful change, we need to put our minds together and a budget, because I noticed in the budget speech sport is hardly mentioned. It's mentioned as a social cohesion component. And as the minister rightfully said, sport must be viewed as how much it brings in for the GDP of this country. And if 2% be that, that's about 400 million. If I just do a quick calculation, 400 more than that, but that money has to go be plowed back into sport, into schools and into the federations, because we have these mega events taking place. And we need to see how that is filtered and channeled into our federations so that our sport can grow faster as well. Thanks, Chair.
The department.
Okay, I indicated that we were then
No,
hand
my
over to our
apologies. My apologies. Hockey South Africa, my apologies.
Thank you, Chair. I think a lot was mentioned. I just want to start again by saying, yes, we're talking about the money that comes from the department not being sufficient, but without that money, there would be even less that we can do from a high performance and a growth perspective. So I just want to be clear on that. From a schools hockey perspective, I think President Hendricks mentioned now that your, can I call it Model C schools, have infrastructures in place, hence us driving the modified program to ensure that we drive the inclusivity perspective in that regard. And I think the important thing for me, coming just to the money component and the salaries and stuff, to highlight the fact that the entire executive board is volunteers. No one gets paid on the executive board. Our coaches throughout our national teams does not get paid. Hence, I think one of the questions from the Honorable Daniels was the programs, and for a 4-year cycle and whatever, for like the Olympics and squads and those things. Squads are announced, our squads are in place, but the program from now till Olympics is not where it is, because it's from a volunteer perspective. It's not a paid position. Our support staff, our managers, our doctors, our physios are all people that is doing it out of the love and support. They take unpaid leave often from their practices and places of work to assist us in terms of equipping our teams and driving the process. So just to be clear, from a financial perspective, no one on the board gets paid. We're all volunteers, and I don't know if that answers all the financial comments or questions in that regard, Chair. Thank you.
There's a lot of answers still to come, Mr. Morgan. When are you announcing the squad?
So post our interprovincial tournaments, we announce squads, and those squads run, because it's not from now to the Olympics. There's a lot of events happening in between. So as soon as the interprovincial tournament is concluded, where everyone has an opportunity to represent their province and they all can be seen by the selectors, a squad then gets announced post that. And that squad, people will be in that squad for a period, and depending on the various events that take place, like now we have a World Cup in August, from those squads, teams are selected. But the squad is already in place, if that helps. There's a lot of questions. I mean, I jotted a lot of questions. I don't know if you want me to run through all of those questions.
Please,
Because I
respond
see
to them.
there's a lot of hands still up. Must I start
No,
from
no, forget the hands. I'm
Okay.
chairing.
Sorry. I'm not
giving you an
challenging it.
opportunity now to respond to all the questions that I've mentioned.
Okay, so there's a lot, and I'll do my best to not miss any from the various people that raise comments, and if I do, please just highlight it, and I'll try and do my best between myself and my delegation here to answer those. So I think that one of the first comments that were made was, it's nice to say that you have a transformed board, but they're not here. So apologies for the board. The initial invite we received was for Tuesday. A lot of people made arrangements at work to shift things around, and I think on either the CEO can hold me accountable here, either Monday or Friday. We got an invite or a change to say, no, sorry, it's not Tuesday, it's Friday, and it shifted, and hence, unfortunately, everyone is still in the working space. We volunteers, and a lot of the people couldn't make it. So apologies for that. Just from a modified hockey perspective, in terms of, does it deal with transformation? Is it in the rural areas? Yes, it is. And we can share that document. I think there was also a comment made about we're only in 2 provinces. It's not factual. We'll share our membership. We'll be able to show you all the provinces we're in. So that's not in place. I touched on the road to the Olympics. The qualification process, I think it's easier for us to give you a breakdown of what is the highest qualification that's required at the various levels, or what's the various qualifications, and what does those qualifications give you in terms of the ability to coach or facilitate. We can share that document post this event, because there's a lot in terms of from a coaching perspective, from a rules and tech perspective, etc., etc. So there's quite a bit that sits there. So from an education perspective, we can do that. Touching on education, we do online education, we do face-to-face education, we do coaches education, we do rules and tech or support staff education. So there's quite a vast array, once again, of education. We can share all our education platforms and courses that we facilitate, not the detail of the course, but the actual courses that we facilitate. We can share that with you post this engagement as well. I think one of the comments was, affordability is a challenge. We agree, and I like the spirit in which the questions are posed, because we're saying that we're here to help each other, and we, from South African hockey perspective, we welcome the help. So are we being held accountable? We hold ourselves accountable, and we're very happy to be held accountable by this forum, and we're hoping that this will be the catalyst for how we're going to work together moving forward to ensure that more money can come into the sport, and we can be self-sustainable and grow the game, and stick to our vision, which is inclusivity. There was comments made about, or questions posed about, players withdrawing from national teams because of funding. I cannot comment on that. I just know that we don't encourage anyone to withdraw due to lack of funding. Like we said, we use the money that comes from the department. We use money from the sponsors that we have, and then the shortfall, if players cannot afford, we've got quite a sizable IOU from a player's perspective to ensure they can go, and we're saying, cool, we'll cover. There's an amount that's owed, and we kind of see how we can work with, or eventually potentially find a sponsor to cover that. So no player is being told, sorry, you can't afford it, you can't go. But we cannot tell a player to not withdraw. It's their democratic right to feel that they want to be part of the process or not. I think one of the questions asked was, what do we do post-school? And I agree, the stats, if you look at our stats presented from a school's perspective, it's significant, couple of 100,000. And if you look at clubs, there's 8,000. The in-between, if I can use that term, a lot of the school kids that leave school go to university, so a portion of it, not big enough, but quite a significant portion of it is catered under the under the university structures, but a lot are not catered for, hence the club structures being important. So for us, the strategy moving forward, or that's been shared with stakeholders, is obviously clubs need to grow. For clubs to grow, when kids are at school level, they should be in a club structure, because when I leave the school, I'm done with the school. But it doesn't mean I'm done with the club. So if kids can come into club structures at a younger age, like in my day, we had junior structures and senior structures. So I play from juniors to seniors, but when I get to seniors, I've left school, but I stick to my club. That will help with the sustainability and growth of the game moving forward. The national men's coach, there was a comment around that. In our opinion, it's been resolved. Once again, happy to share all the relevant information required to show that we followed process and protocol in that regard, and it leads on to all the queries around the interim coach that's in place. And I don't want to just focus on the interim coach, I want to focus on all our coaches and the processes followed. So as per my earlier commitment, we will share the adverts that went out in the past, which will articulate the criteria required. We will then also share the processes followed to make sure that the selection process is free and fair in that regard. I'm not sure why I made a comment about athletes committee, but we've got a board member who's obviously represents the athletes. I think the question was, if players are disgruntled, who do they go to? Are there platforms in place? And yes, there are. We've got an athletes commission in place that's headed up by our executive board member that looks after the athletes commission, which is Jamie. So that's kind of covering that. So I'm just running through my list. AFS 2456. Once again, we can share that detail. I think the question was with regards to, I'm just reading my notes, apologies. So there was questions about AFS 24, 24, 25, 26. We can share all that information required around that. We have, and I mean, if there's clarifying stuff from there, we can clarify that in follow-up communications that we share. Just looking at my notes, apologies. Okay. I touched on education, it came up again. HP spend on teams. What does it include? So yes, it includes flights, it includes accommodation, it includes meals and all of those things when they travel. Don't know if that answers it. We spoke about the areas that we do modified hockey, and I think we touched on that significantly. So just on the comment made about the athlete that should have gone to a festival in the Netherlands, festivals, I don't know who coordinated it. I can't speak about the cost with regards to that festival, but if we're allowed, we'll obviously go do the homework around that and understand who's the entity that took the delegation, and obviously do an understanding of the amounts that sits under that. I think the example or the question raised was, we're not choosing the players on merit. We can obviously share the process followed in terms of selection criteria. There was also a comment about the selectors and what qualify you to be a selector. We can share that process with you. I don't want to identify players. I know an example was made of a player, but I don't want to go into the specifics. I want to talk broad strokes about processes followed. And if there's a process where we found lacking, we're happy to have discussions to see how do we improve. But in our lens, we follow processes to the T. The Olympic squad announced, like I said earlier, the squads are announced, and it's a cycle from interprovincial tournament to interprovincial tournament. Executive board's not being paid. There was questions to the VP. We spoke about the qualification of the coach. We'll share that information. Mr. Dolly, in terms of the length in terms of running the modified hockey program, we're happy to share that detail. And the comment about it doesn't address transformation. Once again, happy to have that discussion, but from our lens it does, because these kids in these areas have never been exposed to the game, and we're giving them exposure. And like all kids at primary school, they choose their sport, and if hockey is their choice, there is a a process in terms of taking them forward. The supplier of the kit and is the association, and I'm assuming, apologies if my assumption is wrong, we can refer, but I'm assuming we're referencing specifically to the modified hockey. I just want to see, because I asked while we were talking who's the supplier and whether there's a link, and I just want to be factual in my response, and I can't see it now. One sec. Sorry, I know I'm taking time, but I want to, as per the chair, you said go through all the stuff. I don't know if I should continue, if you want me to stop. Just looking through my notes.
I think we can stop there.
Oh, okay.
Some of the stuff have to be sent to the portfolio secretary. But on the issue, Mr. Morgan, of the date and the absenteeism of board members, the committee's professional staff's integrity is at stake here. But I must say and emphasize that I'm having a very close relationship with the professional staff members of the committee from a management point of view. And I can vow that communication ever since December has been made known on this meeting for this particular day, and it has always been on a Friday. I'm now going to give members an opportunity for 30 minutes to have interrogation style. There is 1, 2, 3, 4 members. I will share that time evenly to have an interrogation style of questions. But Honorable Mtetwa, you have raised a very serious issue earlier on when it comes to cricket and hockey and hockey sticks. And you engage with the minister, but I don't think the minister was honest in his response when he replied to you about the hockey sticks. But the minister did not tell you, Honorable Mtetwa, that he himself has used a hockey stick in Haidedal as a weapon. So we must work on something to prevent people using hockey sticks as weapons, especially
Order.
under the community. I'm going to give an opportunities now to the Honorable Molatsana, interpellation style. Let's get done with it, followed by the Honorable Potgieter, followed by the Honorable Daniels, and I see Honorable Mtetwa's hands up again, and I'm going to give even opportunity to all of you. Lighter note, Minister.
Chairperson, thank you very much again, Chair. According to me, Mr. Dion Morgan, he was quiet. He didn't answer our questions, and I'm still asking myself, why did he come to the portfolio committee unprepared? He can't even tell us that for you to be a coach, which qualification you must have. Furthermore, for you to be one of the selectors. So to me, it's like he was quiet. He was quiet. He was not prepared to come to the portfolio committee. And I'm still asking myself, why is he still occupying that position if he fails to interpret the hockey, the administration of hockey? I'm still asking myself, why is he still in that position? Secondly, Chair, I always do my oversight. As I'm speaking to you now, I'm in Free State. Specifically, Minister, I'm in Bloemfontein. And I went to one of the places where they always complain about. I want to read a question that is from one of the Bloemfontein residents. He said that there is a hockey stadium behind Free State Rugby Stadium that was handed over to the Mangaung FIFA 2010 organizing committee to be used as a parking during 2010 World Cup. This hockey stadium or facility was effectively used to develop disadvantaged players from township areas. Since then has never returned to Free State Hockey by Mangaung Metropolitan Municipality and Free State Rugby Union to date. Most of the hockey facilities are found in school and Free State University. In township, nothing. If this can be returned to Free State Hockey Federation, will be easier for our disadvantaged community to attend any activity. That's the question that I'm having, Chairperson, to hockey, to Minister, as well as to Department. Thank you very much, Chair.
I'm going to do that one-on-one. Can we get a response to that?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Honorable Mulotani. I've taken note of that particular question and input. I'm not sure if my Chief Director would have any information at this particular point in time around that specific facility, Honorable Mulotani, but what I will do is, if it doesn't, I will obviously have to just investigate and then revert back to the Portfolio Committee. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Hockey South Africa.
Thanks. Through the chair, if we can answer that, I think we would also appreciate, like the department, to understand the facility, and we can give report, because on the 19th, just on the 19th of February, in fact, we had a modified hockey launch at the Credence Primary in the same district. And we make every effort and endeavor where there are multi-purpose facilities and where the ministry and the department, as well as Sports Trust, etc., have put down facilities. We do our absolute best to go and make sure that we make use of them, such as the facility in Credence that we were using just last week. Thank you.
Thank you. Follow-up, Honorable Mulotani.
No, Chairperson, I don't have a follow-up. All that I want to see is that stadium must go back to hockey, as now the community is complaining that it used to assist the disadvantaged learners to learn hockey, especially those from location. So can the minister, the department, assist the community of Mangaung to get back their space from rugby as well as from the municipality? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mulotani. Honorable Potgieter.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm a little bit confused by the responses with regards to the players that have left or withdrawn or moved overseas. My question is, how many of them have had to do so because of your financial issues and because of a lack of international exposure, because you've had to pull out of international events? So I would suspect that, like many other sports, across the globe, that due to that fact, a number of players, in order to pursue that as a career, have had to leave. So my question is, how many players have had to leave because of those issues?
A response to that, how many?
Thanks, Chair. So quite a few of our players, I wouldn't say have left. Obviously, hockey is not professional in South Africa. They represent their country when they play here, and they play in the leagues here, but it's not professional, so they don't earn a salary from it. And because of the caliber of the players we have, a lot of those players then have opportunities to go play overseas, and quite a lot of them still represent the country. It's them going there to go play and create a livelihood, if I can use that, income from that opportunities. And some of them would stay there post their hockey playing career. But it's not that they left because we didn't get exposure to international. It was they playing there as a income or a revenue stream, if I can use that term. I don't know if that answers the question.
It still left us with the question, how many?
Oh, I can tell you how many is there now that's in the national team, but I can't tell you over the years. And I'm not sure what are we referencing, that over the years, or is it just now? And there's more on the men's side than there are on the ladies' side, but I know there's on both sides. Once again, exact numbers, I think it's in excess of 10 on the men's side, and I think it's less than 10 on the ladies' side. I don't want to be giving numbers and then be told you said 5, but it's 6. So I'm going to get the detail and we'll share it in this forum, or to this forum.
Thank you so much, Honorable Potgieter. Please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I'd appreciate that. And then secondly, Just with regards to, and the reason I asked about the men's coach is because it's not unusual for teams to appoint the assistant coach as an interim replacement. It's been done, across the world in terms of where coaches are fired or they've left or whatever the case may be. It's an immediate solution to something. So I'm trying to understand exactly what's going on with the prior coach, because from what I see, he is intending to, or has perhaps already appealed the decision to dismiss him, which puts you in a bit of a legal conundrum with regards to appointing a permanent coach. And correct me if I'm wrong, because hockey is not my jam, but I'm so the oversight in this parliamentary committee. So it is impugning the reputation of these coaches because they don't appoint themselves, and I don't think that there's anything to question in terms of the capabilities that they have. Currently, the interim coach was on the coaching staff, and this is done, as I've said, across the globe. What I'm trying to understand is the previous suspension and dismissal and the possible appeal from that coach that is affecting, your ability to put in place finalized placements.
Thank you for that. Obviously, our Vice President also caretakes governance, so I'm going to ask the Vice President to respond.
Thank you, President. Through the chair, yes, we did run a process of advertising for the post of the national men's coach. We advertised the post and a full-time coach was appointed. We then received a safeguarding complaint from an athlete. We then undertook our full safeguarding processes as per our policy and followed a comprehensive process that ended in a hearing. He was found guilty in the hearing, and the hearing recommended his removal as the coach of the national men's team, which the board complied. The coach was permitted, as per his rights, to forward an appeal, to which he did, and his appeal was unsuccessful. After we have put to bed and ensured that all members who were part of that process and all affected by that process have received the relevant care and psychological and mental health care and looking after, and that all processes have been laid to bed, we will then advertise for the position of a full-time coach and appoint it as per the process. The current interim coach in place is holding the position in light of that situation. Thank you.
Honourable Patricia.
Chair, through you, if I can get an idea of when that advertisement is going out.
I think we'll have to check with that. We have to first go through all the processes and ensure that everything's laid to bed. We did have a couple of back and forth communications from the coach, which have now been laid to bed, and the association can now look forward to moving the team forward and moving the organization forward from that matter. Thanks.
Honourable Patricia.
Thanks, Chair. And then just with regards to the post development in post school, and when I say school, I include university. I'm a little bit concerned that there doesn't appear to be a holistic strategy in place there, and this is not just for hockey. It seems to span many sports. I played at club level on the football side, and once you finish university, there really is only social leagues after that. In this country, it's particularly not a career game changer for women, because a lot of these, and as you said, hockey is not really paid. It's something that people do out of the love of their hearts, but that doesn't pay the bills. But at club level, it becomes social after school and university level, and I'm just concerned that there doesn't seem to be any sort of strategic move, in terms of trying to close that gap or enhance it going forward, so that you develop players that essentially you'll be able to use in our national sides.
Through you, Chair, I think from a results perspective, I agree. We can't see the results as yet. In terms of the plans that's in place, and I think I touched on one of them, which was the junior structures. So there's more of an affiliation to a club as opposed to a school. Not that you're not affiliated to your school, but when you're done with the school, you still have an affiliation with a club and you continue. That's one of the stuff. But I mean, we've just concluded, when I say just about a year ago, we've concluded our strategy, call it 2032. And all these things are being unpacked specifically in that. And I agree with you. There is I mean, if you look at the numbers, you can see there's a significant decrease in terms of membership from club university from schools, university to clubs. So yes, it's work in progress. And yes, the result, we can't see it.
Honorable
Thank you, Chair. And my last one, I apologize if I missed that somebody stole our, yes.
Sorry, I think there's commentary from some of my board members.
Yeah, we were trying to add, if it's allowed, through the chair.
Yes, please do so.
Thank you. I think, Chairperson, the fault is ours and ours alone. I think we haven't done a great job of explaining our modified program here today. And I think if I look at the questions that are being asked, we've definitely not done a good job of explaining the modified program and how it relates to the growth strategy of the National Federation and how it will be assisting us. And I think one of the questions was raised on what is the next phase of the modified, and are there successes, and how do we measure those successes? And that is the work that we are now looking to do in the main phase of that. The modified hockey program is also based in the 9 provinces with 9 provincial coordinators who are the ones who decide, or not decide, let me not use the word decide, who are the one who guide the national structure on which areas are ripe for development at the moment, with our goal being to be present in all 52 districts. It just has to be, of course, a phased process based on the availability of resources as well as on a time matter. So I think if we can take the opportunity, Chair, to request a chance to send our full and comprehensive documentation to the committee around our growth strategy and modified hockey as the growth strategy, because it will also explain and answer how SA Hockey looks at bridging that gap and that developmental gap. And I think that those documents in that direction could assist, and we must apologize then for not have made clearer explanation of how modified hockey assists us with our growth targets and our growth strategy. Thanks.
Wrap up, Honorable Potgieter.
Thanks, Chair. My last question, and I apologize, they stole our fiber in the area, so I had to switch devices so I could hook onto a hotspot. I may have missed it. I'm just trying to understand the changes that were made, which is why I asked when the CEO came, with regards to the positive financial situation you find yourself in, and whether that's a reduction in terms of operating, how you've managed to turn that around. It wasn't sort of properly explained. It was just a figure that was given. Thanks.
Okay, South Africa.
Sorry, I just battled to unmute. Definitely not a reduction in infrastructure in the office, if that's the question. We had an interim CEO. We've replaced the interim CEO with a permanent CEO. The staff members in the office are still the same. There's only 4 staff members in our office. So it's definitely not a reduction of infrastructure or resource. But we're happy to share the detail in terms of the turnaround. So to your point, we can see the previous year and we can see this year, and we can share the details post this if it's okay or acceptable to this forum, because it's quite a bit of detail in that we can share.
Thank you so much. Members, I see there is still hands been raised after I closed the speakers list. But due to the very importance of this meetings, I'm going to allow members. But also remember, we still have to deal with minutes and approve our program. Before I'm going to give to Honorable Daniels, I want to ask the CFO a question, and I don't want you, CFO, to die for someone else's sin. I see in 2025, your financial year for local travel, the expenses was 183 rand, while in 2023-2024, the financial year, the expenses was 700,000 rand. Can you explain, Chris, the discrepancy there, or does it seem to be a problem? The Treasurer, my apologies.
Absolutely, Mr. Chair. I'm glad to answer that question. Good afternoon to honourable members, the Minister, all invited persons to the meeting. So, unfortunately, and may I just say to everyone on the call, really appreciate the engagement and the enthusiasm, and yes, it's sometimes both the support and criticism levelled at SAHA. We respect that, and we appreciate this engagement, Mr. Chair. Simply put, unfortunately, on the detailed income statement, we made a decision prior to the finalization of these financial statements that we would recategorize expenses. So you'll see a number of gaps where you've got large numbers in 2025 and either small numbers like you've picked up in 2024, or no numbers, and also vice versa. So unfortunately, we recategorized expenses so that we can align, that we can better manage our costs. This categorization for 2025 now aligns to our budget template that we utilize. And so unfortunately, when you do the comparisons to 2024, unfortunately, it's not a fair presentation, and I must simply apologize for that as the treasurer. I think in principle, Mr. Chair, it would be fair to say that our local travel expenses from one year to another are relatively the same, because the nature of that expense, perhaps with the exception of the World Cup, Honourable Potgieter did ask questions about 2024, 2025, and there are significant expenses in 2024 that do relate to the hosting of our indoor World Cup, which doesn't reflect in 2025. I hope that answers your question, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much. Honourable Daniels, it's your opportunity. I was worried about my position earlier on when the Honourable Mtetwa said he's given you extra 2 minutes. If that was a request, I will grant that extra 2 minutes of Honourable Mtetwa to you, except the fact that I saw his hand as well. The Honourable Daniels.
Hello, it's my friend, that chairperson. People would never thought that mountains and mountains can meet.
Honourable Chair, can I please come in, Honourable Chair?
I withdraw.
Honourable Chair, this is how floor crossing happens. It starts like this.
Get it, never.
There's no act. Don't worry, Minister. Proceed, Honourable Daniels.
My apologies, Chairperson. The only red you find me in is the Manchester United things, Chairperson. You won't find me with other red stuff. But be that as it may.
Objection.
Objection agreed to, although I'm also Manchester fan.
No, Chair, we have problems on this committee.
Please proceed,
Sorry.
Honourable Daniels.
Serious problems here. I rather prefer going to EFF than that red here. Rather EFF than that red.
Honourable Daniels, please proceed.
Protect me, please, Chair. Chairperson, colleagues, I think, let me first open with the following statement, and it's for noting only, and this is directed to my colleagues, because sometimes we wonder, why is it that when all other entities appear before us, some know a bit more? And I just want to make the statement so that they can understand where my heartbeat is. I see in the presentation there was reference made to KC March AstroTurf. That's Kenny March, a legendary person in South Africa, which I've got a world of respect for, and may his soul rest in peace. Chairperson, you know, we once changed, not Chairperson, to my colleagues, we once changed at the KC March AstroTurf. The lifespan of a hockey AstroTurf is about 8 years. There was one at KC March for almost 14 years, and we had to change government to horse trading politics to ask for a budget to resurface the hockey AstroTurf at KC March fields in Galvindale in Port Elizabeth. And then we took all the flack for it. But I just thought I'll throw it out there so people can understand. None of my kids play hockey. but we are here to service our communities and our country. So that is the extent we went to get that field. It's a beautiful field. It's used by so many people today, and I'm very proud when I walk past there knowing what we sacrificed to get that field resurfaced after so many years. So that said, Chair, let me go to directly into what I've got left in my minutes that I have. The president of SA Hockey said that when they spoke about finances and things, that those people who owe money, those players, they've got a sizable IOU arrangement. And further said that the people withdraw from squads is their democratic right if they want to, but I want to differ there. People don't withdraw from squads out of choice. They withdraw from squads because of how the system has been engineered for particularly historical disadvantaged individuals in the main, with high unemployment rates, and they cannot afford to come up with this money. So it's not out of choice that they withdraw. We still have the scenario, whether you like it or not, you must be able to pay to play. I note that the national team, and I would like to do this interpellation style, please, Chairperson. The national team, South African hockey, was in India not so long ago. What did they go do in India? Which event was that? Can you please answer me?
Through you, Chair. Are we talking the under-21s or the seniors? Sorry.
Yeah, the under-21s.
Under-21s, they went to the World Cup.
The World Cup in India recently.
In India.
How did they fare there?
I think 10th.
10th. Right. Now, they represented our country, am I correct, Mr. Morgan?
Yes, that's correct.
Sure. Do players play to represent our country?
Where there's a shortfall, they do pay for the shortfall.
So they do pay to represent the country?
That's correct.
Right. I'm sitting with a letter from the CEO who says that to the players, the delay in the payment, they're asking them to make payments. We need to make payment for the remaining 50% of the accommodation for the team, which is due on Friday to India. That letter is from the CEO of hockey, Pikolomzi Mbukta. And then it further says that the delay in payments now puts South African Hockey Association in a position of having to apologize to India for the delayed payment. Now, you see, you are protecting yourself. You are protecting your image. You are protecting your reputation. That is very selfish to have that posture. How do we protect the players who deserve to play? And you send them letters that saying that you must now apologize to India for the delayed payment. What is your answer there?
Yeah, I want to say the email is not to players that can't pay. The email is to everyone in the team, and I'm not defending anything. So please let me just contextualize it. There's no defense here. It's a communication that goes out to all players to make sure that the funds are in, and obviously where players have challenges, they engage specifically with the office in that regard.
Well, I'm very disturbed, but yet pleased that the acknowledgement has come that our players have to pay to represent our country. Colleagues, that can never be right on anyone's books or on anyone's watch. So let me park it there for now. Let me touch on the interim coach. What are the qualifications of the current interim coach?
I'm going to ask the CEO just to, because he's been engaging with high performance, if we can just go through what high performance gave, if you don't mind, if it's okay.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you, President and Honourable Member. The coach has Level 3 South African Hockey Association accreditation.
Thank you for that answer. CEO, has the coach got relevant senior national or international coaching experience?
Thank you for that, Honourable Member. The coach has been a coach for under 18 national coach, and also the under 21 national coach. He was also the Inlands ladies coach, and now also the assistant senior men's coach.
Thank you. I'm covered. Is he the former video analyst of the squad?
That is correct, sir.
All right. When did he take up the interim position as coach of the national team?
I think as the president.
Sorry, let me
indicated,
rephrase that. When was he the interim coach appointed to be? You appointed him to be the interim coach. When did that appointment take place? A few months ago?
Thank you for that. The previous coach was removed of his position last year in terms of the safeguarding position, and then the interim coach took over from last year.
All right. And prior to taking another interim post position, what was his position?
I think I'll have to find out quickly from our high performance, and I'll revert back to you.
All right, we can get that answer at the end of
He was the
May.
assistant coach. He was the assistant coach of the team.
For how long?
From the appointment of the head coach and the entire management team of this cycle. So I think if the CEO can just, the same time that the head coach was appointed, we appoint the entire management team. We then had the safeguarding matter, had to remove the head coach as per the recommendation, and therefore he then started serving as the assistant coach. So he's been part of the setup, and it's because of the absence of the head coach that he is serving as the interim coach. He hasn't been appointed as the head coach of the team.
I accept, Chairperson. Does it have a minimum of 3 years IPT or 5 years USSA and a 5-year provincial Premier League head coach experience?
I'm going to respond to that. I cannot say, and I think CEO, if you can just check that as well. I mean, if we get it before we're done, we'll obviously give that feedback. Otherwise, we can follow. But I think just to clarify, he's not appointed as the coach. So the advert would be specific requirements for the appointment of the coach. That's going to be the permanent coach, and with the coach being removed as one of the assistant coaches, he's the interim coach. So when this whole process starts, that advert, if it's the same advert, will go out, and that will be the criteria that the coach is being elected against.
Thank you. So does it mean, what are the prospects that he's going to usher our national team into the World Cup?
He's the interim coach at this point, and I mean the World Cup's a few months away, and if that process concludes before, it's highly unlikely, but I can't say timeline. So once the ad is concluded and the ad is out, we'll be better positioned to give timelines and stuff like that.
All right. We're running the risk here, colleagues, that we are going to take the interim coach into the World Cup. And because the entity before us don't have the answers to the qualifications, other than saying that he's got the SA Level 3 coaching accreditation, there are more to it to make you qualify to be that coach. And that is my concern that I have. Let me step down there for now. You have indicated that the squad has been announced. You made reference to the Olympic squad. My question to you is, has the World Cup squad been announced? If so, when?
I can answer here. To my understanding, the World Cup squad has not been announced yet. We announced the cycles of the squads are from IPT to IPT, so from national champs to national champs. The organization took a decision also to move our senior national champs up to May to ensure that there's opportunity for all athletes to go to the interprovincial tournament to try and secure selection into the World Cup squad. So we have to move that tournament to ensure, which is usually in August, and because the World Cup is in August, we then moved the senior national IPT to May to ensure that all athletes in South Africa who have an interest to contest for a position in that team are given that opportunity through their attendance to the national championships. Thanks.
So after the IPT, how long will it take you guys to finalize the squad before you announce it? What's a normal period that you spend?
It'll probably be about a month. Usually the selectors are given an opportunity to then wind up what they have seen within the entire period of the championship. They then provide a squad. We then run all the necessary checks and balances on that squad, and then we would announce the squad thereafter.
Thank you for that response.
There would obviously be a squad, and then there would also be a traveling 18 or a traveling 16, dependent on the requirements of the international tournament.
Thank you for that. Now, you know what my concern is here? You've just confirmed that national players representing our country do pay. So my concern is exactly vested in your responses to us. Because if the IPT, the interprovincial tournaments, are going to be taking place in May, like you've said, and you're going to finalize the tournament, and then you're going to take another month, it's going to take you into July. And if the World Cup, by your own submission, is in August, again, you are not learning from how you're messing up rugby and how you are keeping people out of the game because they can't afford to play. Because what you're doing is what you've been doing all these years. You are now saying to us, August is the World Cup, May is the IPT, it takes us another month. So in July, on or about, you're going to make the announcement of the squad, leaving people with, again, 2 months to raise funds because you have confirmed that, yes, they indeed do pay. How do you manage that? How do you sleep?
If I can respond, and
Before you
sorry.
respond, before you're going to respond, I want to redirect Honorable Daniel's questions to the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. And I want to say that this committee has the right to summons federations and to scrutinize appointments in this particular case, especially where it seems to be of what Honorable Daniels is mentioned that it's inconsistent. If and when this committee, through Honorable Daniels, make a recommendation to intervene, and if we are setting conditions for that intervention, are you able to do so? Mr. Campbell?
Chair, can I go first, please?
Minister, please.
I think, Chair, it will be, imagine, let me start here. Imagine if the Bafana players get called up, or the rugby players, or the cricket players for that matter. They are in India now, and they have to pay for themselves. It will be a disaster. There are federations that get less than SA hockey from us, and they don't ask their members to pay. Government is not 100% fund of all our federations. Federations can learn from the SARUs of this world that there are corporates involved. The job of a CEO in a federation is to make sure that we give them baseline funding, but to make sure that they go out there, they market the sport. We cannot ask our people to pay or our sports people to pay. Honorable Daniels is right. It is not good sports practices. It is not what happens around the world. It is not what happens in most of the other federations. The reason why I decided that hockey should get more is with the team, because I read the article 3 days after I've been appointed that hockey players were selling voz rolls to fund the trip. In the Olympics, I went down. The only match I watched in the Olympics was the hockey game, to go and speak to the players there. After speaking to them, I heard the plight, and I said, I will give you more, which I've kept my end of the bargain, 25%. But it's not only the department. I think also this must be a great eye-opener for South African hockey, because you have a responsibility to raise funds from corporates instead of raising funds from parents and players. It cannot be. We'll never agree with that. I've given you more money. You could have taken the 25% and say, all right, instead of you raising money from you, the minister gave us an extra 25%, which is more than more than a million. So yeah, that was just what I wanted to say. There's no excuse. Although Daniels is 100% right. It shouldn't happen, and that's the problem that we have, Chair. And to be very forthright, some of the federations, Chair, it's Armageddon there. It is. They don't even have officers. But we're working on all those things. But yeah, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Minister. I'm actually referring to the issue of the coach, and I want to put it very directly that it is not our duty to interfere when it comes to technical decisions, who become coach and who not become coach. But I think what Honorable Daniels is doing here today, his attempt is to influence members, influence this committee, influence the environment by demanding transparency. My apologies, Honorable Daniels. Please proceed.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Chairperson, I think the Minister has really covered the aspect of don't come cap in hand. See what you can do to get more funding so that you are not just dependent on the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. The Minister covered this. I'm going to stand down from that point. I want to move to, again, I want to touch on what the President said, Mr. Morgan, that no board members get paid. It's all voluntary work. Thank you very much. Here's my question to you. CEO, let me ask the CEO directly. CEO, how much do you get per month?
I get paid 70,000 Rand a month.
70,000 a month. I did step down because the Minister covered those things, but let me just pose one question to you on that. If you are told in July your child must be at the World Cup next month, will you be able to fork up the 60 or 70,000 Rand?
Me personally, no, sir.
I rest my case. You see, when things happen to us personally, then we feel it. But when it happens to other people's children, we see it as one of those things. You've answered me, and that is exactly the cry out of the South African sports community, hockey in particular, where parents cannot afford. Some parents earn not even 10,000 Rand a month, but in 2 months' time, they must come up with on average, it's normally 60,000 Rand you ask these people. So I'm glad that you cannot afford at short notice with your 70,000 a month income and expect other parents with 10,000 and 7,000 and 6,000 Rand income to fork out 60 and 70,000 Rand in 30 to 60 days. Thank you. Let me move to modified hockey. We didn't step down from modified hockey.
Sorry, could I just comment on that? Is it fine, Chair?
Of course, of course.
Is it fine? Apologies. I just want to articulate what we said earlier. The squad runs from interprovincial tournament to interprovincial tournament. So I fully agree with what you're saying, Honorable Daniels. I'm not disputing that. We all have kids that play various sports. I'm not disputing that at all. I think the comment I want to make is we don't communicate 2 months before to say this is the cost. The squad would be aware of the cost, the full squad. And then when the team is announced, obviously that team now knows that that's the amount that's in play. So I just wanted to clarify that. So I hope I'm not overstepping, but just to be clear, it's not once the squad is announced. This interprovincial tournament is just to make sure that more people potentially could be roped into the squad, but it's not whoever was in the squad from last year's interprovincial tournament is part of that build-up process, etc. It's not we do nothing and we wait for interprovincial tournament and then communicate saying, oh, by the way, in 2 months, we're going to World Cup. This is the cost. I just wanted to clarify in that regard. Thank you.
Mr. Morgan, is there another voice? Mr. Morgan, is it the Minister? Chairperson?
Chairperson.
Can I give Honorable Dennis the opportunity to proceed up until and unless I am asking someone else? Please proceed, Honorable Daniels.
Noted, Chairperson. Mr. Morgan, so from what you are saying, are you saying to me, is my understanding correct, that you first announced the squad and then the team afterwards?
Yes, that's correct. The squad is straight after interprovincial tournament, where there's up to the coach.
All right, no, you've answered
players.
me. No, it's fine. It is fine. You've answered me. You see, the problem starts with you as the president of South African hockey. You are saying that you don't give them 2 months notice to raise these funds. You say the squad gets announced and then the team. So when the squad is announced, which household, my brother, I come from Galvandale. In the households in Galvandale, we can't raise funds because I have to go play a football tournament. My mother's rather going to buy bread. So if the squad is announced and they know what the cost is going to be, but the team has not been finalized because the squad is a big team, a big amount of players, and the team is trimmed down to those who are going to be traveling. So if the squad is announced, which household is going to start raising funds in case my child makes it into the team that's going to be traveling? It doesn't happen. So I don't buy into that. I disagree with you vehemently. I can send you proof, and I'm going to send those proof to all the colleagues here to prove that you are lying. People do get letters 2 months before the time to raise funds. That is a fact. And I'm going to bring up, can Secretariat please note that we've been lied to. I'm gonna send those letters with the dates, and then we can look at that. Let me move on. I want to touch on modified hockey. Then there's one more point thereafter, then I'm done. Modified hockey. You've mentioned the name Mr. Gary Dolly, who heads up modified hockey. Who else heads up modified hockey together with Mr. Dolly?
Mr. Dolly is our project manager, heads up modified hockey, and he's got coordinates in the provinces that help him. There's various coordinates throughout the country.
Thank you.
Coordinators, sorry.
Thank you. Mr. Dolly, what was his role before modified hockey was implemented almost 20 years ago? What was his role in SA Hockey?
To my knowledge, Mr. Dolly is the project manager of South African hockey. If you're saying 20 years, I cannot comment on what his role was prior to that. But he's the project manager for South African hockey.
All right. You see, and what salary does Mr. Dolly get with modified hockey? If he gets a salary at all?
The salary is not for modified hockey, it's for the projects management, but I'm not asked the CEO because I don't deal with the salaries.
All right.
Can the CEO respond to that?
Mr. Dolly gets a 54,000.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much. So you see, I've made reference to SA Hockey being a cabal. They keep the same people in the circle. And that's what happens, which brings me to my other point where it was mentioned that the Athletes Commission is set in place for disgruntled players, and the person heading it up is a board member. Again, who watches the watchman? If the problem is with South African Hockey Association, if the problem is vested there in the board, and there's the disgruntled players, and you put the same person there to oversee the disgruntlement of the player, why not an independent person? Because I cannot see fairness there. I don't need a response there. I just wanted to make that statement because I want to move on to my last point. That is always the issue. I can tell you this much. Do you know in Nelson Mandela Bay, there's barely 24 of Black African players that plays in the league. Barely 24 Black players that plays in the league. I hear now we roll it out across all provinces, across all over. Listen, there must be answers why there are so little. Because where's the transformation? When modified hockey comes to Nelson Mandela Bay, I've only seen it in Galvandale and in Bettelsdorp. I've not seen it anywhere else. Why not SAHA?
We will share the detailed breakdown of all the districts that we operate in. Then we can see everything that's in, not just Port Elizabeth, but across the country, or Nelson Mandela Bay, sorry. So we'll share that with the forum so we can see exactly all the districts we're in and where we have hubs and who are the hub coordinators and all of those we can share more.
Thank you very much. Let me close on modified hockey with the following 2 questions to you. The person in charge of modified hockey, with all these other people, that's why I ask you who's involved with him. Those people that's there at modified hockey were the kids. They don't even have the bare minimum of knowledge or understanding of hockey that's there. They are just standing there to fill a gap so that it's good for the photos. Because even the person in charge of modified hockey also, you will find many times is not there at the projects. What's your response to that? That's my last point on modified hockey. I want to ask you something about the kit.
We've got one project manager that obviously one of the projects is modified hockey, and Mr. Dali travels extensively across the country. So he ensures that the project is up and running, he upskills the people, and he rotates to make sure he monitors and tracks performance across all. So there might be some that I attend where he's not me. Maybe it's a wrong example because I'm not representing SAHA when I go. But anyone here goes to a hub, it doesn't mean Mr. Dali will be there because he's rotating across the entire country to make sure that the hubs are up and running everywhere. So he might not be at every activation. I hope that answers.
I receive that as very fair, Mr. Morgan. Thank you very much. Lastly, the kit chairperson. Your kit sponsorship, you were digging just now and you couldn't find the answers to the question when you were asked about who supplies the kit for modified hockey. Did you find it?
I'm going to ask the CEO to just respond. I'm trying to find it on the messages. CEO, if you can just, because I know you asked the question, who's the service provider? And please give the person's name, the company name, and I think the question was, is there an association with SA Hockey? If we can just respond to that, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. The company we use is Orbit Sports, and the owner of the company, got it right here. As Yaku Kirsten, and there's no ties to Yaku Kirsten.
Yeah. So he's responsible for supplying the kit.
He's the owner of Orbit Sports.
Okay. And any ties, any close relations?
According to our knowledge, there's no ties or close relations to South African hockey.
Right. So that's the kit that's been supplied. Is that for modified hockey?
That is correct, sir.
All right. Now let's turn our focus to South African national hockey teams. What's the process followed to procure service providers for kit?
The process would be that we would obviously put the brief out. People can then can I use the word, we use the word tender, but you'll put it out to everyone and the people will respond to say that
express interest rather.
Yes, thank you. That's better English. Express interest in it, and then obviously there's a process to follow to from an office perspective to elect the service provider in that regard. That's the normal practice, and then often we would sign a 2-3 year agreement with those service providers.
All right. Now the process followed. Who sits around the table when you do the adjudication of the service provider, and how often does these advertisements go out?
It's an office function, and I know the CEO is new, so I don't know if my vice president has a view on it, but it's an office function. It's not a board function. So I don't know. Like I said, the CEO is newly appointed. He wouldn't have done that cycle in his term. Vice President, I don't know if you've got insights in terms of who all sits on it, but it's, like I said, it's managed from the office from a predecessor perspective.
Yeah, through the chair, I think it's a highly operational function, so I think we can go take a look at that. But to my understanding, some of it also initiates from sponsorships. Sometimes we do get brands who will offer sponsorship to dress the team and those types of things. But it is a highly, I think, operational question that at a board level, we wouldn't engage with such a process. And I think we can then go and take a look and give you the relevant answers.
Right, that's very vague response. Let me come closer to you. Who's your current supplier of kit for the national team?
So are we talking outdoor, indoor?
Outdoor, field hockey.
Field hockey is what's the brand CEO? Sorry, I'm eating a blank here.
Macron.
Macron. Yeah.
Right. And Indo?
It's Tyler.
All right. Do you get kit from TK Sport?
We used to, and the service provider moved from TK to Macron.
So TK Sport moved to Macron, and Macron is now your service provider.
The service provider that we engaged with used to supply TK and has moved from TK to Macron, and that transition took place.
All right. So now because TK is the service provider of TK has moved to Macron, and now the transition to you. So via TK, Macron is now your service provider, correct?
Sorry, maybe let me just explain. We've got entered an agreement with the service provider. At the time, that service provider supplied TK gear. That service provider, it's got nothing to do with us, had a relationship with TK. That ended. He started a relationship with Macron, and he's still within his window, and that's how the transition took place with us. So we've got the agreement with the service provider, and he changed suppliers, if I can use that term, from TK to Macron.
I appreciate that. Now, please tell me, Mr. Morgan, what's the name of your service provider?
Rassie, almost said Erasmus. He's an ex-national player. He's definitely not Rassie Erasmus.
Rassie Petersen.
No, Rassie Petersen, yeah. So.
His name is Erasmus Petersen. For how long has TK Sport been providing kit to the national team?
In '96, they were our service provider, not through Rassie direct. And Rassie, or the entity we've engaged with, which Rassie is the service provider, it's been since COVID. Because in COVID, we had Grays, and then Grays had challenges during the COVID, and they had to terminate because they couldn't supply.
That's fine. No, that's fine. No, that's fine, Mr. Morgan. Respectfully, I'm going to stop with it. Okay, I want to wrap up my questions. So this Rassie person is your service provider. You entered into an agreement with him over a long period of time. Rassie Erasmus Petersen is the former goalkeeper for South African hockey. He's an Olympian. He played in the Olympic squad for South Africa, representing our country. When he retired after the Olympics, he went back to TK Sports, and he's now moved from TK Sports to Macron, and he's still in the loop. How long has your relationship been with Rassie?
Since COVID.
And the window period?
It's a 3-year cycle with, I think, the agreement, and once again, the office can keep me honest. It was a 3-year agreement with first right to refusal for the next year.
Now, Macron, where are those kit manufactured? In South Africa?
I don't want to lie to you. I cannot say.
Colleagues, come I tell you what's happening here. In conclusion, Chairperson, I've asked the question whether there's ties with the people. Do they have ties with the executive of South African hockey? They said no. The answer is yes, there are ties. Mr. Morgan, you were before you became the president of South African hockey, you were the manager of the South African hockey team. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So none of these people and your service providers are strangers to you. Is that correct?
Not to anyone in the hockey fraternity, no.
Now, this is the issue, and I want to land on this. You see, I told you hockey is a cabal, even when it comes to service providers. I don't know this person personally. I'm just coming with the facts. The quotations that pushes up the prices for our parents and families who cannot afford to pay for our kids to go and play, because they pay for their kit. Compare the prices of those things to the international brands such as Nike and Adidas and Puma or anybody else. How and why is it that they are sometimes more expensive than those brands? How and why is it that you guys are not considering our local South African companies? We've got reputable companies that's been here for years that employs hundreds and hundreds of people. But yet you choose to go where your friends are because they've got arrangements with a certain brand. And when they pack up there and leave the brand and they move over to another brand, you hide behind the fact that you have a contractual obligation to move with them whichever brand they go to. That cannot be acceptable. It's on that basis, Honorable Chairperson and colleagues, and others that I've said before, that I believe that SA Hockey is running a cabal. They ring-fence opportunities for people. There's people that's been here for 20 years, more than 20 years on the board of SA Hockey. You find the same people that are beyond pensioners that serve on SA school boards, and the custodian of SA school hockey is South African Hockey as you guys. You guys are not opening the doors for young people to come in. You're not creating opportunities for anybody else in terms of economic development and local economic development. That is not right. I'm not happy with South African Hockey Association. And I conclude by saying, like I said initially, it's not personal. We have to be frank. There's many people here I can even call friends that serve here that's on this platform of SA Hockey. But I have to do my job, and we have to be fair at all times and transparent all the time. So, Chairperson, I just want to land by saying I'm not impressed with South African Hockey. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Daniels. Honorable Mteto, I'm going to give you 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm happy when I see this type of interrogation because we are not here about political parties. We are here about holding people accountable. And if one is doing that, exactly that, we must commend that, Chair. But over and above, I think the minister quite often misunderstands my points and concerns. Maybe because English is not my first language, Chair. I did Bantu education. So please pardon me, Minister, if you don't understand me. I wasn't saying that you must not bring F1. My concern is we must have a balanced prioritization. You know, I don't think you would be happy to see I'll make an example. I'm sure you would be happy to see a South African wins F1 in the home grounds. But that cannot happen without a South African being given an opportunity to develop in that skill. And that requires more resources. That is why I am saying government needs to own these national teams so that the investment shows the commitment towards the development. So that when you bring these Olympics, you bring the World Cups, you bring these types of international competitions, you have South Africans participating in as much as it will be an economic spin-off from that. Indeed, but we still want to see South Africans also participate. It was very good for us to come as a nation to support Amapogopoko when some of us hated rugby. But when we saw rugby World Cup coming to South Africa, and Madiba used as this figure that was unifying the nation, and Mapogopoko was playing and won that World Cup, we were together, social cohesion happened. So I think we need to look at things holistically and balance. I'm not saying you mustn't bring, I understand economics very well. F1, yes, there's cultural tourism that is not happening. So maybe what we need to do, Minister, we must have a boss parade. Me and you must have our own boss parade. Before we actually, I think what you need to do, Minister, there's one element that is missing in our government, the intergovernmental boss parade that you must hold. Because you have so many funds all over the place. When it comes to infrastructure, you have MIG, but MIG doesn't talk to so many other things. You have people misspending that money because there are no coordinated processes between departments. You have DPWI, there's no coordination. You have Department of Education, you signed an MOU, Minister, with Department of Education, but you're not talking about the budget from Department of Education in terms of sports and arts and culture in schools. There's nothing, it's only the department that is talking about budgets, but we don't hear anything that where we say, okay, the Department of Education will put so much money towards hockey in the school so that it becomes a standard. It becomes a standard program that is everywhere in every school. And we don't create Model Cs post-1994. You have Department of Small Businesses. Department of Arts and Culture should be coordinating these things. Small businesses should be contributing towards some of these things that are happening because it's part of the economic development of this country. Trade and industry's got incentives and industrialization, but it doesn't speak to arts and culture. It doesn't speak to sports. They only talk film and that. You have DECO that talks international relations, bilaterals and multilaterals, agreements. But what do we benefit from that? You have what is this? Cultural diversity. It has funds available. But if you can ask, what has the department done? And South Africa is a signatory to that. But what programs have we done? There was money available. But because there's no coordination, we just sign and be excited about having signed things, but we don't monitor, is it monetization? Monetarization of those things or commercialization of these agreements that we enter into. We just quick at going to countries and signing these things. Proudly South African, proudly SA must be contributing towards making this country an excellent country. You have a program that talks to excellency of this, whatever that it is, that talks to this proudly SA thing. But there's nothing that is happening there. You have provincial departments that are also participating in isolation of the national department, only on national events. So I'm just showing you where the money is that could be, you could get money from all these. I think you need to have a huge postparade with all government entities that are related to these particular sectors. You have a president who speaks State of the Nation address and never mentions anything. And yet you're talking economy. You have a Minister of Finance who presents a budget but never talks about sports. He can talk about everything else, electricity, this and that, but never speaks about this sector. So I think we all have to look at ourselves and say, what is it that we are contributing towards this challenge? And that was my message to you about this, that we can't have hockey charging young people, expecting young people to pay to go and represent the country. That's absurd. To be honest with you, that's absurd. I can't go and represent my country at my own cost, at the risk of my family sleeping without food. That can't be. We can't have national teams that are not owned by government that can decide tomorrow, that can be sold to other countries or to other. Remember that the one who pays the piper dictates what the piper must play. And that is why we are not seeing so much ground swelling in terms of development. That's my parting shot. I don't want 5 minutes, Chair. I think the minister would have understood me very well this time. And I hope we will continue, because I've seen that he actually wants to respond to my questions directly. I'm not gonna cross the floor. Get it, thank you.
I'm covered, Chair. I'm not going to respond. I'm covered. We'll have the
Honorable members, let me congratulate you for your contributions to this very important meeting. I'm not a fan of bringing back entities again for elaborations, but I can tell you after today's meeting, it seems there's a utmost need that Hockey South Africa must appear again. so that we can assess whether any rectifications has been done, because this was very serious. We had to deal with the minutes. I'm going to postpone that again, and I'm so sorry to do this, Honorable Mtetwa. But just to summarize, what we definitely need after this meeting, we need a detailed roadmap on the transformation of Hockey South Africa, and not just Hockey South Africa in a small little corner, but broadly so, with examples of coaches of what has come out of this meeting, with examples of leadership, with examples of governance, with examples of infrastructure, and this include the issue that Honorable Matahung has raised and Honorable Khabo pertaining to infrastructure and also training right in front of the door of our rural areas. That is very important, because it also seems what stems from this meeting that there is a complete contrast when it comes to the transformation vis-a-vis the issue pertaining to rural areas and Model C schools. We also need a salary breakdown, and we also need, Mr. Morgan, from what has stemmed out of this meeting, a serious turnaround strategy to sustain this organization linked to what Minister Mackenzie has said. So those are a few very important issues that I've mentioned that indeed we need. But while the department is on here in this meeting, and the minister is also here, I just want to raise a very serious issue pertaining to our program. One should also understand, subject to a lot of other things, we move, postpone meetings, but it doesn't happen all the time. But I want to raise this very serious matter for consideration. After my engagement with the Portfolio Committee's content advisor and discussions with her, we expressed concern on engaging the way that we have engaged with the update regarding the 9 KZN community libraries. Members felt at the time that this was premature, given that the SIU report has not been finalized. So the point was made that without such a report, our deliberations risk being fruitless exercise. And this issue directly so is connected or affect SASCOC, the department, as well as the Portfolio Committee and Swimming South Africa. If we apply the same logic to the proposed site visit to the Swimming South Africa Franschhoek High Performance Center, I believe we must pause and reflect a bit. At present, I have not seen a proclamation signed, Mr. Campbell, by the President authorizing the SIU to investigate this matter. If the department can confirm that such a proclamation exists, that would be helpful. But in the absence of a gazetted proclamation or a finalized report, it is unclear what verified information we expect to obtain from a physical visit that could not be presented through a written submission or any briefing by either some of the role players. So proceedings without clarity risk inconsistency in our approach and could expose the committee to sound criticism. There's also the danger that expenditure on such a visit may later be questioned if the oversight value and intended outputs are not clearly defined. Therefore, honorable members, I would like to propose that we do the following. Firstly, to obtain a formal confirmation from the department on the existence and not only the existence but also the scope of any SIU proclamation on the matter at hand for the end of this month. Secondly, to request a consolidated written briefing from the department, from SASCOC, and Swimming South Africa before undertaking such a visit. Thirdly, to clarify the oversight objectives of the proposed visit, including specific questions and measurable outputs. Fourthly, to consider deferring the visit until at least preliminary investigation outcomes are available, if we maintain the position that meaningful oversight requires such findings. Lastly, we have to seek guidance from the Secretariat to ensure our process remain defensible and compliant. I also finally would like to urge and caution in how we treat media reports as members of Parliament, or perhaps rather as the committee or committee members. While informative, they are not official findings and should not preempt the work of our investigation. Our oversight must rest on verified information, not perception shaped by untesting reporting outside this domain. I trust that this will help us to chart the way forward that is consistent, that is principled, and that is also defensible in the way we have dealt with it in our previous meeting. I will then therefore suggest, honorable members, that we, in the meantime, approve our program as it is, taking into consideration the issues that I have mentioned pertaining to the Franschhoek visit. And perhaps, I'm not too sure, but it is your program, whether we can then, at the end of this month, reschedule a meeting with any other federation and or entity, and maybe perhaps it will be too soon to meet again with Hockey South Africa. I dare not say that I smell a rat when it comes to the developments or issues within Hockey South Africa. This is just the tip of the iceberg of what is happening within our federations. But rightfully said and rightfully appealed is that we as members has that right to interrogate and to ask and to do our oversight unto federations entrusted with this committee, and also receive allocations from the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. With that said, honorable members, if there is any issue or a counter against what I have proposed, please do so that we can elaborate. We will then definitely at our next meeting, with due respect, deal with the outstanding minutes as time deems necessary, and perhaps in line with what the issue of the Franschhoek Center is concerned, I would like to appeal that we accept the proposal and the issues raised by myself as the chairperson of the Sports, Arts and Culture Portfolio Committee, that we should take serious cognizance and serious recognition of the current developments surrounding that particular and very sensitive project in Franschhoek. The Honorable Mtetwa.
Thank you, Chair. I would rather propose the adoption of the program as it is, because we are running a risk of doing certain things without having even approved the program itself. So that is my proposal, that we adopt we will amend as time goes on according to the need. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mtetwa. Honorable Mataung.
Chairperson, I'd love to second the proposal.
Thank you so much, Minister.
Chairperson,
would you like to have closing remarks?
Chairperson.
Honorable Daniels, if you look down to your gadget on the right or left hand side, there's a button. If you
Yeah,
press it, it will raise your hands.
Yes.
Please
Chairperson,
proceed.
thank you, Chairperson. I'm not very pleased with Honorable Mtetwa because he should have afforded me the chance to second what Honorable Honorable Gift Mataung. I'm not pleased. I was supposed to second what my friend, colleague friend has proposed. So we
Thank
can
you,
just set the
Honorable.
record straight. I thought I'll do that while the minister still online.
Don't worry, you'll do it next time, my friend.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels.
You were
The
too
Minister,
slow.
closing remarks from you.
No, I'm very covered, and I will have that both barrel with Honorable Mtetwa. Thank you so much, Chair. Thank
And
you.
please ensure that we get all the hockey sticks back in the Free State, Minister. Honorable members, with that said, thank you so much. Thank you to the department. Thank you to the Hockey South Africa. Thank you to the ministry. Thank you to you, honorable members, for this fruitful and insightful meeting that we had pertaining to our oversight. With that said, I declare this meeting closed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairperson.
Thank you, Chairperson.